Old-growth forest by 30. Ninth version, posted to r/backwoodscreepy. I've been backpacking and camping, mostly solo, as an adult, for the majority of my life. I'm cautious about my surroundings, and I listen carefully when I'm out. I try to remain an observer and move through the land with little impact. I'm also very interested in the mysterious and obscure. Cryptids, alternate realities, and the unexplained, I love them all. I've read most of the missing 411 cases, although I think Politis is experiencing some confirmation bias, and am a serious devotee of all true crime. All of the morbid and curious things I can find, honestly. Anything strange that will fire the imagination. There have been occasions where I have felt slightly uncomfortable, or watched even, when I've been out in the woods, but mostly I've chalked it up to being alone and alert. Maybe my inherent skepticism makes me less susceptible to encounters that others experience. I look for logical conclusions first. I've never encountered any truly off or deranged people out in the forests, but I do consider that the biggest threat is the human animal. A few years ago, I set out to camp near an old-growth forest in North Georgia. Most old growth here is gone, but there are places that haven't been logged, and if you get the chance to visit one wherever you may live, I would suggest it. It's beautiful, serene, and alive in a way that's hard to describe. This particular forest was one of hemlock and poplar, and the trees were massive. I had a guidebook that gave directions out into the sticks, following little country roads that eventually turned into gravel. After a long drive into a national forest, I parked near the trail, which was unmaintained, meaning that it wasn't very popular or highly traveled. I hiked out through the woods to where the trail eventually just kind of stopped. There was very little undergrowth, and I spent the afternoon just exploring, looking at the trees and enjoying the calm. I eventually made my way down to a creek and crossed over it to an old field that formed a sort of bowl in the land, with hills and ridges on all sides. The fact that there was a field means there had, I guessed at one point, been people living in that area, but I saw nothing of the sort when I was there, and my maps showed that I should have been far from any roads or settlements. I set up my tent and made some food. It was late when I decided to have a little smoke and lay out in the field in front of my tent and look at the stars before bed. There was little to no light pollution, and I always relished the opportunity to enjoy the sky at times like those. As I was laying there, I began hearing a loud knocking sound from up near the ridge where I'd been earlier in the day, maybe 1,000 yards away. 3 knocks and a long pause, followed by 3 more, and then it would repeat. When I say knocks, what I mean is a very loud noise, like 2 logs or trees being hit together, loud enough to reverberate in the little bowl that I was in, loud enough that you could almost feel it. I could pinpoint where the sound was coming from, but it was the night in the forest, and anyone who's been out there knows that it is dark. I thought it had to be a person making the noise, because what else would make such a rhythmic sound? It was extremely loud, and would have taken considerable effort to produce. I'd seen nobody else at all during the day, and the direction from which the sound came was the section of old growth I had explored earlier. And that's it, really. Eventually, the sound stopped, and I went to bed feeling like I had heard something that I really wasn't meant to hear. Or maybe that I had heard something specifically meant for me and me alone to hear. I didn't know which. I packed up and hiked out the next day. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't hyper-aware and waiting for something else to happen, but nothing did. I've told friends about this, and they'll either say that it was for sure a Sasquatch, Or that I was for sure close to someone's house that I just didn't know about. But why would a person be out in the woods late at night, banging logs together in the dark? The Singing Tree by Cole Detmering 11. Hi, my name is Cole, and this happened recently. My coworker and I were walking a boundary, searching for pins at the corners, like we normally do as surveyors, when we stumbled upon an old tree with all these weird carvings in it. I joked about carving my name into it, and immediately the wind began to blow a lot harder than normal. We decided to leave the tree, and as soon as we did, the wind died down again. We took our lunch break, and after about an hour, we returned to the woods. Upon walking toward the tree, the wind picked up again, and my coworker began to hear a voice, almost like singing. I approached the tree closer, and the voice sounded like a little girl. Upon hearing this, we decided to leave, and we have to return today. Hopefully, nothing happens again. That thing wasn't a wolf. I'm a pretty experienced camper. I've been doing solo backpacking trips in Michigan's forest since I was in college, and I've encountered my fair share of wildlife. Black bears, coyotes, even a couple of wolves, all up in the Upper Peninsula. What I saw last month in Manistee National Forest wasn't any of those. I don't care how many people tell me that it must have been a bear or a wolf. It wasn't. I was 3 days into a 5-day trip, following a remote trail about 15 miles from the nearest ranger station. It was early October, perfect camping weather, and I hadn't seen another human since the day I started. That evening, I set up camp in a small clearing, about 50 yards from a creek. Nothing unusual happened during setup or dinner. I secured my food in a bear canister and hung it in a tree, like always. The first sign something was wrong came at about 2 a.m. I woke up to complete silence. If you've spent any time in the Michigan woods at night, or any woods really, you know that that's not normal. No crickets, no owls, nothing. Even the creek seemed quieter somehow. And then I heard it. Footsteps. Heavy ones, but not like a bear. Bears have this shuffling quality to their walk. This was deliberate, methodical, like something walking on 2 legs, but with too much weight behind each step. They were circling my camp, just outside the range of my headlamp. I grabbed my light and bear spray. Fat lot of good that would do, I'd later realize, and got out of my tent. The footsteps stopped. That's when I caught the eye shine. About 7 feet off the ground, behind a large oak tree, were these eyes. Not the dull red reflection you would get from a bear or a deer. These were pale yellow-green, and they were spaced too far apart to be any normal animal. I swept my light toward it, and it moved. Not like an animal startled by light. It moved like it was actively avoiding being illuminated. But I caught glimpses. A massive shape, easily 8 feet tall, moving between the trees on 2 legs. Its movements were fluid, but wrong somehow. Like a wolf's joints and muscles had been reconfigured to work upright. Then it stepped into a patch of moonlight, and I saw it clearly for just a second. The body was like a wolf's, but the proportions were all wrong. The legs were too long, jointed like a canine's, but structured for walking upright. The arms, and they were arms, not front legs, hung down past its knees, ending in hands that were somewhere between paws and human fingers, with long black claws. Its head was the worst part. Definitely a wolf's head, but too large, too intelligent looking. And its mouth. When it saw me looking at it, it pulled its lips back in what I can only describe as a grin. Not a snarl, not a threat display, a grin, showing teeth that would make a timber wolf's look like a chihuahua's. I'd like to say I did something brave or clever, but I just froze. The thing tilted its head, exactly like a dog trying to figure something out. And then it spoke. Not in words, but not in any animal sounds either. This was deep, rumbling sound that was almost speech, like it was trying to form words with a mouth that wasn't quite built for them. That's what snapped me out of my freeze. I grabbed my emergency pack, always keep one ready, fellow campers, and ran. Not to my car, it was between me and the trailhead, but toward the creek. I knew there was an old Forest Service road about a mile downstream. It let me run. I could hear it pacing me through the woods, staying just out of sight, occasionally making that almost speech sound. It could have easily caught me, I know that, but it seemed to be playing with me, testing me. I don't know. I finally reached the Forest Service road, and by some miracle, a truck drove by within 10 minutes. A couple of guys going fishing. They didn't believe my story about being stalked by a wolf. I didn't even mention the whole walking upright part, but they did give me a ride to the ranger station anyway. When I went back the next day with rangers to get my gear, we found my campsite completely undisturbed. Everything was exactly where I'd left it. Except for one thing. All the zippers on my tent were open. Not torn, not broken. Opened, as if by fingers. The rangers told me that there had been reports of an unusually large wolf in the area. They took down my report, but I could tell they didn't believe me. One of them, an older guy about to retire, pulled me aside afterward. He showed me a file on his phone, a collection of similar reports from that area going back decades. "We call it the Dogman," he said. "Don't share this officially, but you're not the first. You won't be the last. And trust me, you should probably stop talking about it." I still camp, but not alone and never in Manistee. Sometimes I'll wake up at 2 a.m. and hear that almost speech sound in the distance, or I'll think that I see those yellow-green eyes reflecting in my backyard. The rational part of my brain says it's just nightmares or paranoia, but I hung a trail cam in my backyard anyway. I haven't caught anything yet, but every morning, the zippers on my tent storage bag in the garage are open. And somehow, I think the Dogman isn't done with me yet. Aliens in Kyoto, Japan, by Merrick Merriman. While on vacation in Japan last year, I stayed at an Airbnb near the Daigo Shrine in Kyoto. On my last night in town, I returned to my Airbnb at around 11:40 p.m. on a Monday night. It's important to note that I had no alcohol or drugs in my system at the time, and I was wide awake. The walkway to the shrine, which I had to walk through to get to and from the Airbnb, was about 3 city blocks long and 2 blocks wide on either side. The layout included ditches at the foot of the walls, followed by alternating rows of plants down the entire path. In the middle of the path was the walkway itself, with a museum on the right, and the shrine and palace at the fork. As I walked into the walkway of the shrine, I thought, why are there two kids hopping over a wall? I watched as two small figures hopped over the wall to my right. I paused for a moment to observe what was happening. After they both got down, they ran across the path and all the way to the end by the fork, where they stopped and waited. I was walking in a single file at this point, meaning that I wasn't zigzagging, and I moved closer because that was the direction toward my Airbnb. I made eye contact with these figures. They were about 3 to 4 feet tall, very slim but proportionate, with larger heads and pointed ears. They were as white as snow, and their eyes were as large as our eye sockets, but completely black. Normally, you can tell if someone is wearing clothes from a distance, and I was about 15 to 20 yards away from them, but they showed no sign of clothing. After making eye contact, both of them ran behind the corner I had to turn. I could even see their shadows on the corner behind them. I slowed down to give them some space because I was feeling unsettled. As I turned the corner, they were gone. On my way back to the Airbnb, I had a strong sense that I was being followed, but I couldn't hear or see anything. The face at my window. I've never told this story outside of my immediate family. They always dismissed it as a nightmare or an overactive imagination. But I know what I saw that night in 1994. I was 11 years old, and it changed me forever. We lived in rural Ohio, about an hour outside of Columbus. Our house was pretty isolated. The nearest neighbors were half a mile away at least, and our backyard backed up to a cornfield. My bedroom was on the second floor, with a large window that faced that field. It was mid-August, one of those sticky hot Ohio nights where the air feels like soup. I remember it was a Wednesday because I'd been allowed to stay up and watch the X-Files for the first time, much to my mother's disapproval. I went to bed around 10:30, but it was too hot to sleep. I just lay there, watching the corn stalks sway in the darkness. The first thing I noticed was how the crickets suddenly went silent. In Ohio in August, that's just not normal. The silence was so complete that it felt like a physical presence. Then came the lights. It started as a soft blue glow, like someone was shining a filtered flashlight through my window. I remember thinking it was probably my older brother trying to scare me after watching that show. But then the light changed. It started pulsing in a rhythm that made my teeth hurt and my vision blur. The color shifted from blue to a sickly green-white that made everything in my room look like I'd never seen it before. It all just looked wrong somehow. I wanted to call out for my parents, but I couldn't move. It wasn't just fear. It felt like something was physically holding me down. The air had become thick, like trying to breathe underwater. My alarm clock was flashing random numbers, and I could hear a low humming that seemed to be coming from inside my head. That's when I saw it. A face right outside my window. My second-story window. And I need to be clear here, this was not a human face. The shape was all wrong. It was too long, too angular. The eyes were huge, but not like in the movies or drawings that you see. They weren't black. They were silvery, like mercury, with vertical pupils that kept changing size as I watched. There was barely any nose, just 2 small slits. And the mouth was just a thin line that wrapped almost all the way around its head. The skin was what really got me. It wasn't gray or green like Hollywood shows you. It was almost translucent, like you could see the shadows of things moving underneath it. And it had this pattern, like a fingerprint but geometric, that seemed to shift and move when you looked at it directly. It just studied me. For what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, it stayed there, unblinking, head tilted at an angle that should have been impossible for anything with a spine. I could see more shapes moving in the darkness behind it, but my eyes couldn't, or wouldn't, focus on them. Then it pressed its hand against glass. The fingers were too long, too jointed, like someone had taken a human hand and added extra knuckles. Where it touched the window, frost started forming, in the middle of an Ohio August. I must have fainted, because the next thing I remember was my mom shaking me awake. It was morning. I was on the floor by my bed, and my window was wide open, something my parents always kept locked because of my sleepwalking. Of course, normal me, in the daylight, wouldn't just walk out of a second-story window. But when you're sleepwalking, you don't exactly make logical choices. There was a perfect handprint of frost on the outside of the glass, slowly melting in the morning sun. By the time my parents came to look, it was gone. In the field behind our house, they found a perfect circle of flattened corn, about 30 feet in diameter. The stalks weren't broken. They were bent at exact 90-degree angles, all pointing clockwise. My dad said it was probably teenagers or wind damage. The local paper blamed it on pranks inspired by the X-Files. I know what everybody says. Oh, it's been proven that they're all a hoax. Whatever. You clearly haven't seen one. I have. And that crop circle, or whatever you want to call it, wasn't done by any human. It wasn't just a prank. I don't know what those other ones were, but this was something. It was just something. We moved to Columbus the next year. My parents always said it was for my dad's job, but he was a farmer, so I always wondered if maybe it had something to do with how I refused to sleep in that room again. I spent the rest of that year on the couch in our living room, jumping at every sound. I'm 41 now. I have a successful career, a family, a normal life. But I still can't sleep in a room with uncovered windows. My husband installed blackout curtains in our bedroom because I had a panic attack when he suggested sleeping without them. My kids think it's weird that we don't have any windows in our bedroom that face outside. They're all either covered or they look into the enclosed sunroom. Sometimes when I'm up late working, I'll catch a reflection in my computer screen that looks like that geometric pattern I saw on its skin. Or I'll hear that humming, just at the edge of my hearing. And sometimes in my dreams, I still see that face, pressed against my window, studying me with those liquid mercury eyes. The worst part? Last month, my 11-year-old daughter, to whom I have never shared this story, complained about weird lights outside her window. Apparently, she had opened her curtain in the middle of the night. I made her switch rooms with her brother the next day. His room doesn't have any windows. A lot of people have told me, oh, you had sleep paralysis, or you were just a little girl who got scared by an alien show. I had been scared by things in my childhood before, and I think they're funny now when I look back on nightmares or even vivid hallucinations that I've had in sleep paralysis that definitely did come from movies. This wasn't that. I'm not a little girl anymore, and I know what I saw. Whether you want to believe it or not, well, that's up to you. The Strange Creature in North Alabama by Listen to My Tale. Last night, there was a storm that hit Alabama. It started raining really hard around 4 p.m. and got worse around 5 or 6 p.m. There was a tornado that hit Jefferson County, if I recall correctly. Before all of that, around 2:30 p.m., I went outside to feed the dogs when I got a text message from my sister. "Hey, my battery died again. I'm at the water plant." Her car battery sucks, and there's a water plant not far from here, so she pulled over. I got there, boosted her battery, and she went home. I went to go to the store to get some chips. Now, my road is extremely backwoods. When you're on my road, it's like driving through a forest. I got the chips and headed back home, and by this time it was 3:15. It was starting to get cloudy, dark, and it had just started raining. At 3:30, I was almost home, just going through all these crazy turns. It's pretty common to see a deer or two pop up, so I was driving about 25 miles per hour around this curve. That's when I saw this thing. It moved and ran like a monkey, was naked like a person, had blue pale skin, long limbs, and a short body. It had a small skull. Not too small, just small enough that it didn't look quite right. If it were to stand, I would believe it to be about 6 feet tall, maybe a little shorter. I slammed on my brakes, but by the time I came to a stop, it had already run into the woods. It didn't look at me. It just ran. I got home and told my sister, but she thinks I'm pulling a joke on her. I'm just like, what the hell? Last night and today, I'm still not sure what I saw. I like to hunt. I have firearms, but I'm not brave enough to go find out what it is. Does anyone have any idea what this was? Again, this was in North Alabama. I don't know if anybody from around here has seen it. I'd really like to know what I saw. East Drive number 8 Babysitting by Stiff Jimmy, posted to r/paranormal. I was babysitting my nephew one night, who was, I don't know, a little kid still in diapers but could talk years old. My friend Matt had come over, and we were each playing PlayStations on separate TVs back to back. My nephew starts crying upstairs, where he's sleeping in my mom's bed. I run up to check on him, and he says that there's a man behind the bedroom door. Now the bedroom door is open, and I can clearly see that there is no man hiding behind it. Then, just as I turn back, the door swings back with force over carpet and bangs against the wall. I picked the kid up and decided to move him to my room. My room at the time was the room in the southeast corner of the house. I get him settled, and he's just about back to sleep when the closet door opens, folding slowly in half. I remember the dread that came over me. I took my nephew, and I yelled down to Matt to pack up the systems. My sister, who I was babysitting for, lived just across the road, so I moved us to her place. As we were about to cross, a power line drops from the pole and starts jumping around at the end of my sister's driveway. I think that night had the second weirdest vibe I've ever felt. My regular customer came in twice last night. I'm a night shift worker at a 24-hour gas station just off Highway 43, about an hour outside of Cincinnati. Nothing fancy, just your typical fluorescent-lit convenience store with those humming coolers and flickering lights we can never quite fix. After 2 years on the graveyard shift, I thought I'd seen everything. Drunk college kids, sleepwalkers, people having full conversations with our beef jerky display. But what happened 3 nights ago has me questioning everything that I know about reality. For context, I have this regular customer, Sarah. She comes in every Tuesday and Thursday at about 2 o'clock in the morning. She always gets the same things: a large black coffee, a pack of Marlboro Lights, and one of those weird off-brand energy drinks nobody else ever buys. She works nights at the Amazon warehouse down the road. We've got that kind of relationship where we don't really talk much, but we know each other's routines, you know? So last Tuesday, Sarah comes in right on schedule, 2:07 a.m. Everything's normal. She gets her usual stuff, we do our little nod thing. She pays with her card, always credit, never debit. I remember specifically because she mentioned her card was getting worn out, and she'd probably have a new one next time. She leaves, and I go back to my podcast about unsolved murders. Yeah, I know. Probably not the best choice for night shift entertainment, but what are you gonna do? Here's where it gets messed up. Exactly 45 minutes later, at 2:52 a.m., Sarah walks in again. Same clothes. Blue Amazon vest over a gray hoodie. Black jeans. Those steel-toe boots they all wear. But something was off. Her movements were too smooth. Like someone had recorded her walking, but was playing it back at slightly the wrong speed. She goes to get her coffee, and I'm already freaking out a bit, but I'm trying to rationalize it. Maybe she spilled her first coffee. Maybe she's picking some up for a coworker. But she gets everything, the exact same items as before. Comes to the counter, puts them down in the exact same arrangement. Coffee on the left, cigarettes in the middle, energy drink on the right. That's when I noticed her eyes. They were Sarah's eyes, but empty. Not like dead or soulless or anything that dramatic. More like when you see a really good painting of a person, and it looks perfect until you realize there's no light reflection in the eyes. She's standing there, and I swear to God she wasn't blinking. Not even once. "Forgot my card's wearing out," she says, in Sarah's voice, but with this weird echo quality, like she was talking in a large empty room. The thing is, she pulled out a pristine, brand new credit card. Remember how the real Sarah had just mentioned her card was getting worn out? This card looked like it had just come out of the envelope. I don't know what possessed me to do this, but I said, "Oh, you already got the new card? Didn't you just tell me about the old one wearing out, like a few minutes ago?" Her head snapped up. Not like a normal person looking up, but like a marionette being yanked by a string. For a split second, her face glitched? I don't know what to call it. It's like when your phone screen freaks out, but on a human face. And then she smiled. God, that smile, it was technically perfect. Every tooth exactly where it should be, but it was like somebody had studied human smiles and then tried to recreate one without ever having actually felt happiness. "Must be thinking of someone else," she said. But her lips moved a fraction of a second after the words came out, like a badly dubbed movie. I was full-on panicking inside, but I rang her up anyway. Her hand brushing mine as she took the receipt was ice cold and completely dry, not like normal human skin at all. She turned and walked out, movement still too smooth, too perfect. The security footage only shows her coming in once that night, at 2:07 a.m. The second visit isn't there. But here's the thing. I have 2 identical receipts from that night. Same items, same card number, but different security codes, 45 minutes apart. I saw Sarah again yesterday, the real Sarah, with her worn-out credit card and normal blinking eyes. I asked her as casually as I could if she had come in twice last Tuesday night. She looked at me like I was crazy and said no, she'd been stuck on the loading dock from 2:30 to 5 a.m. due to a computer malfunction. I don't know what came into my store that night, But ever since then, I've been noticing other customers who move too smoothly, whose eyes don't quite reflect the light right. And sometimes when I'm doing my end-of-shift inventory, I catch glimpses in the security mirrors of people who look exactly like my regular customers, just standing in the aisles perfectly still, until I turn around and find the aisle empty. I have asked to switch to day shift, but until a spot opens up, I've started keeping track of all my regular customers' routines. If any of them show up at the wrong time or try to come in twice, well, I'm not really sure what I'll do, but at least I'll know it's one of them, whatever they are. Edit to everyone asking about receipts, yes, I still have them. No, I won't post pictures because they have card info on them. And yes, I checked the security cameras again. Still only shows one visit. The Whistle in the Woods by Hefe36. So this happened last year in Virginia, and it's the reason I never backpack alone anymore. I was taking summer courses at the time, and ended up with a 3-day weekend in June. So I thought it was a great time to go explore some of the Virginian wilderness. I did a quick Google search, found a state park with a trail that looked nice, and let my roommate and family know the trail I was going to be on. When I got close to the park area, I saw a little outdoor shop where people hiking the Appalachian Trail stopped. I went in to grab a map of the area just in case I got lost. As I was talking to the owner, he mentioned a trail that's not well known, but has a pretty cool waterfall and swimming hole. This piqued my interest, so I had him show me on the map. It took me outside the state park, but he said it was a great place to go. I paid for the map, thanked the owner, and texted my roommate and parents about the new trail. I parked my car and set off on my adventure. I should note that the waterfall was going to be a side trip from my journey. I was planning for 3 days and 2 nights. I started on part of the Appalachian Trail, and it was pretty packed with people. Some of them were really fun to talk to. As expected, the farther I got from the main trails, the fewer people I saw. Around early afternoon, 3 miles from my destination, I noticed it was unnaturally silent. No birds, no bugs, not even wind. I had this feeling of being watched, but I shook it off as me overanalyzing the situation. I got to the waterfall and it wasn't too spectacular. It was cool to look at though. Plus, it had a good-sized area to swim in, so naturally I stripped down to my skivvies and took a dip. It was pretty refreshing. As I was getting my clothes back on, I started whistling to myself. The Kill Bill song was stuck in my head. That's when I heard something whistle the same tune back. I thought it was a bird copying me, so I went back and forth with it, and it would repeat whatever I whistled. I thought it was pretty neat. As I was setting up camp, I couldn't shake this feeling that I was being watched again. My skin would get goosebumps, and my hairs would stand up. As night fell, I built a small fire and lit my jet boil to make dinner. As I did this, I became hyper-aware that, again, there was no sound, just deafening silence. Some part of my brain was telling me that I was not safe and I needed to leave. Unfortunately, I ignored it and crawled into my tent with my flashlight and book. I went to sleep without incident. When I woke up in the morning, my sight was trashed. My camp stool was nowhere to be found, my bear bag with my food was cut down, and the contents were thrown across the site. My first thought was that a crafty animal chewed through the rope and got the bag. But I looked at the rope, and I saw that it had been cut with something very sharp, like scissors. Plus, none of the food had even been touched. I also noticed bare footprints all around my campsite. Keep in mind, I was at least 6 to 8 miles from a road. As I was looking at this mess, I heard a branch snap off in the distance. I turned to look in that direction. I saw nothing, but then I heard that whistling again. My whistle from yesterday. But it was different. It sounded more sinister, and it made my hair stand on end. And this is when I listened to my instincts and decided to get the hell out. It sounded like it was a little off in the distance, so I packed up my camp as fast as I could. The whistling got closer as I finished stuffing the tent into my bag. I didn't bother with putting anything away properly. The whistling was incessant and sounded like it was coming from all directions. I got fed up with the whistling, stood up, and yelled into the woods, "Shut up!" and "What the hell do you want?" It stopped whistling, and it was quiet for a moment. Then it repeated what I said, in my voice. It sounded just like me, but distorted, like it was coming from an old television. After I heard this, I immediately threw my pack on and ran the direction I came from. I heard it moving just behind me, fast, switching between the whistle and my voice. It felt like it was toying with me, not coming too close, but not being too far either. Eventually, it sounded like it was getting farther and farther away from me, and then it stopped suddenly. When it stopped, I stopped and turned around. I wish I hadn't, because I heard the most bone-chilling screech ever coming from right next to me. And that's when I started running again. I didn't look back, I only ran. Less than a half a mile, I ran into a couple that was also backpacking. They saw the look of terror on my face and asked if that was me who had screamed and if I was okay. I told them about what happened, and they decided not to go down the way I just came. We moved to a more populated trail as quickly as we could. As soon as I got back to my car, I drove to one of the park ranger's stations, and I reported what happened. Since the site was off park grounds, they told me it wasn't in their jurisdiction, but they would send a ranger to investigate. The ranger station's parking lot ran right up to the woods, and when I was getting into my Jeep, I heard the Kill Bill tune coming from the woods just in front of me. I've never driven so fast in my life. When I told my roommate why I was back only one night, all he said was, "Bro, I am never going camping with you." A spooky camping story that nobody will repeat, by a now deleted user, posted to r/paranormal. A little background. From 1993 to 1998, every summer I attended a Christian youth camp for girls. The camp lasted 4 days, 3 nights. There were about 200 girls at the camp, and it was about a 1.5 to 2 hour drive away from our homes. Some of the camping areas were tent only, others had A-frames, and at least one of the camping areas had longhouses. The campground is in Kittitas County, Washington. It's a really safe campground, and we had a lot of fun every year. In the evenings, we would tell spooky stories, pretty typical stuff for youth camps. On the last night of camp in 1996, I was 15 at the time, there were several of us girls on the top level of our longhouse. It was past bedtime, so we were quietly telling scary stories. I had told a couple, one with the help of a friend that I'll call Lily. I don't remember the specific stories from that night, just typical and the hook was hanging from the car door kind of stuff. After a couple of hours of spooky stories, someone else was talking, and I was getting really tired and I could hardly keep my eyes open. Then some of the girls asked me to tell one more story. So I start telling a story, making it up as I go. Just typical, on a dark night in the woods, not far from here, type of beginning. The next thing I know, I wake up lying flat on my back. As I'm waking, I realize I'm still talking, but once I became aware of my own talking, I couldn't remember what I was saying or trying to say. I was fully awake then, and I finished lamely by saying something like, "They all died, the end." I looked around me at the girls who were all staring wide-eyed at me. A couple of the girls were quietly crying, mouths open in horror, with tears streaming down their faces. My friend Lily whispered, "That was the creepiest thing I've ever heard." The girls that weren't crying nodded in agreement. I said that I was tired and that we should all go to bed. As all of the other girls moved away to their sleeping bags, I asked Lily and another girl, let's call her Sarah, what I had said. I told them that I had fallen asleep or something, and I couldn't remember anything. Lily and Sarah exchanged glances, and Lily paused before saying, "That just makes it worse." Sarah nodded in agreement and said that she didn't want to retell it because it was that scary. Now at this point, if it had just been Lily and one or two other girls that were in the group, I would have thought that they had realized I was asleep and were just messing with me. But Sarah was, and still is, a very serious person who doesn't have much of a sense of humor, doesn't like pranks, even innocent ones, and is honest almost to a fault. So I went to sleep feeling unnerved but exhausted. A few hours later, I was being shaken awake by one of the adult camp leaders. She told me to gather my things and follow her. I sleepily and awkwardly carried my stuff down the ladder and then followed her outside. Two other camp leaders were standing next to a tent. They told me to put my items inside and then to come talk to them. Inside the tent were two of the younger girls, 12 or 13, who had been listening to the scary stories and who had been crying when I woke up. They wouldn't even look at me. They just laid there, sobbing. When I went back outside to talk to the leaders, they said Lily had showed up at their tent with two sobbing girls. The girls were crying and kept saying they wanted their parents to come get them. Lily explained about the scary stories and about mine being the one that made them cry. The leaders asked me what I had said. I admitted that I had fallen asleep or something, and I honestly didn't know. The leaders said Lily refused to tell them what I said, and the two girls just sobbed harder the more they tried to talk to them. They explained to the girls that they were not going to call and wake their parents up at 3 a.m. and have them drive over an hour just because of a scary story. Plus, we were all going home the very next day. As punishment for scaring the girls, the leaders made me sleep in the tent with them while the leaders went to sleep in the longhouse. The girls cried for a bit, and then we all fell asleep. They were both gone from the tent when I awoke in the morning. To this day, I have no idea what story I told. No one that was there has ever been willing to tell me any of the details. Several years afterward, Lily told me that she would randomly have nightmares because of it, even then. The only details I ever had were that my voice sounded the same as usual, my eyes were closed for the majority of the story, which creeped them out even more, and that the story was coherent and made sense, up until the end when I said, "And then they all died," because I didn't know what story I was telling. Again, if it had just been Lily and a few other less serious girls, I would know they were just screwing with me. But Sarah and most of the other girls that were there, including the one that cried most of the night, were just not people to be part of a prank. It just doesn't seem probable at all. Back in the early 2000s, I lived in Northeast Texas, and it was a really rural area. When you're a teenager, there's not a lot to do. A group of friends decided we'd have a little party in an abandoned mansion. The place was old. How none of us fell through the floor is beyond me. But I liked going there. The ceiling had a mural of the ocean and sailboats. It was faded but still visible, and nobody had graffitied it, so it was cool to see. Anyway, as I said, we decided to have a party on the second floor and stay the night. We ate and drank our snacks and eventually ran out of things to talk about. We all tried to settle into our sleeping bags to get some rest. It was cold, so I was wide awake, looking out one of the busted windows at the stars, when all of a sudden, it sounded like a body had been dropped on the roof, followed by the most unearthly scream I'd ever heard in my life. We all shot up, wide awake and scared shitless. Panicked whispering ensued, while we heard pacing on the roof. Then a growl. At that point, we all collectively decided to get the heck out of there. We grabbed everything and scrambled down the stairs, making a mad dash for our cars. I never went back. I'm pretty sure that it was just some sort of cat, but I didn't care to find out. It was enough for me to stay away for the rest of the time I lived there.
There's something in the waters off Monaco. I work as a marine security consultant for some of the larger yachts in Port Hercule. Basically, I help rich people make sure their floating palaces don't get robbed. But after what I saw last week, I'm starting to think that theft is the least of their worries. It was during the quiet season, late January, when Monaco briefly empties of tourists and you can actually hear yourself think. I was doing a night patrol on a client's 85-meter yacht, one of those massive ones with its own helipad. At about 1 a.m., all the instruments on the bridge started going haywire. The radar screen showed something massive moving under the water, but sonar couldn't get a read on it. At first, I thought it was an equipment malfunction. These systems are sophisticated, but not infallible. Then the water around the yacht started to glow. Not the usual bioluminescence we sometimes get, this was different. The light was a cold, artificial blue, like LED strips under the surface. The thing is, Port Hercule is not that deep, maybe 30 meters at most. Whatever was causing the light had to be massive, taking up almost the entire depth of the harbor. I called Port Authority, but their systems were having similar problems. They said several other boats were reporting instrument failures. That's when I saw this thing breach the surface. It didn't come up violently, like a whale. It rose deliberately, slowly, like a submarine emerging. Except it wasn't a submarine. The object was perfectly smooth, dark metallic, with no visible seams or rivets. It was roughly oval-shaped, maybe 40 meters long. The water seemed to slide off of it in an unnatural way, like it was repelling the liquid itself. As it rose higher, I could see what looked like geometric patterns etched into its surface. They weren't reflecting light. They were emitting it, pulsing in sequences I couldn't make sense of. The patterns seemed to shift and change if you looked at them too long, like optical illusions coming alive. Here's the really strange part, though. Despite the size of this thing, and despite Monaco being one of the most densely populated places on Earth, hardly anyone saw it. The security cameras on the yacht all failed. The few witnesses who did see it apparently had their photos and videos corrupted. The only reason I know I'm not crazy is because 3 other security officers on different yachts saw the same thing. The object hovered about 2 meters above the water for exactly 7 minutes. I timed it.
During those minutes, every electronic device in the port went dead. The only things still working were old analog instruments. And then it just sank back down. No splash, no disturbance, like the water was embracing it. The next day, divers from the Oceanographic Museum investigated the area. They found nothing unusual, except for a perfectly circular depression in the seabed, about 40 meters in diameter. The sediment inside the circle was completely sterile. No bacteria, no organic matter, nothing. Just dead sand. Since then, I've noticed other strange things. The fish have abandoned that part of the harbor. The mega yacht's sophisticated scanning equipment keeps detecting phantom objects in the water. Some of the wealthy regulars have started moving their boats to other ports, though they won't say why. Last night, I saw those geometric patterns again, glowing faintly through about 20 meters of water. I called it into Port Authority, but by the time they responded, the lights were gone. One of the old-timer port workers pulled me aside afterward and told me something interesting. Apparently, there have been reports of strange lights in Monaco's waters going back decades. The Oceanographic Museum has a classified file of incidents dating back to the 1960s. The thing is, Monaco's waters are some of the most monitored on Earth. We have sonar, radar, constant surveillance for security reasons. The fact that something this big can appear and disappear at will, leaving almost no evidence, it makes me wonder what else is down there. I'm still doing my job, still patrolling the yachts at night. But I've started carrying an old-fashioned film camera, and I keep a manual compass in my pocket. Sometimes, late at night, I see those patterns reflecting off the hulls of the super yachts, like whatever's down there is trying to communicate. Or maybe it's studying us, learning our patterns, waiting for something. Who knows? Robert Treat Hotel in Newark, New Jersey, by OK Entertainment 7405, posted to r/paranormal. I just spent the most horrifying 24 hours at the Robert Treat Hotel in Newark, New Jersey. Upon walking in, there's an immediate dark feeling. After doing some research on the hotel and the area, I've learned a few things that really sealed the deal for me, that everything I felt and experienced there was abnormal. Number one, the hotel's age. From the moment you stepped in, you can tell this hotel is old, even without doing any research. It tries to appear updated, but there's a certain vibe that's hard to shake. First, you walk through a tunnel from the military parking garage that gives off a cursed feeling. You pass creepy, empty rooms until you reach the check-in desk, where you take the elevator up. My best friend and I immediately agreed that the hotel room gave off a vibe like we had just stepped into an American Horror Story episode. The ride up the elevator was unsettling, and I didn't say anything, but it definitely just didn't feel right. Interestingly, I couldn't find any major incidents tied to the hotel, at least nothing I could pin down. But when I looked into the hotel's history, I found that it was established before the 1920s. Prostitution was rampant in New Jersey around this time, especially in busy cities with working-class men. In 1920, Newark had a population of 500,000 people and was poised to become one of the biggest industrial cities. Based on this and some research, I imagine that women in the area may have gone through a lot of horrific experiences. Number 3, Robert Treat and the Puritans. The hotel is named after Robert Treat, a colonial leader who founded Newark. He was a member of the Puritan Church, and back in those days, people only had rights if they were also a part of that church. Digging deeper, I found that, at least at the time, women within this religion were often viewed as inferior. While I'm not well versed in religion, my point here is that women likely weren't treated well during that time, and that history seems to permeate the area. I mention all of this because my best friend and I both agree that what happened to us felt paranormal. Not only did it feel paranormal, but it also felt like we were being targeted by something, an entity perhaps. We are both in our early 20s, and we don't dress conservatively, so when we got in the elevator, we didn't really expect anything out of the ordinary. My best friend had left her phone in the car after check-in, so this was our second trip up. The door shut, the light started flickering, and our key cards wouldn't work. They had worked flawlessly the first time. We pressed every button, including the emergency one, but nothing worked. Suddenly, the elevator shot up to the top floor at an alarming speed. Before we even realized what was happening, we were on the 15th floor, begging the elevator to let us out. As soon as the door opened, I ran out, looking for a stairwell, but my best friend stayed behind. It wasn't until she heard a voice, one she hadn't heard before, telling her to get out, that she decided to follow me. I still remember hearing something concerning being said, but the exact words are lost in my memory. We returned to the elevator minutes later because there was no stairwell to the top floor. When it finally came back up to pick us up, the ride down was incredibly jerky. Strangely, our keycards worked again. At no point did I think that this was just a mechanical failure. The whole time, it felt like something very dark was present. Later that night, I very unexpectedly got my period, which came with the worst pain I have ever felt in my entire life. It was the most painful and sleepless night that I've ever had in a hotel. I even said out loud that I felt like I couldn't let my guard down. All of the hotel staff seemed hesitant to acknowledge anything strange had happened with the elevator. But when I mentioned that I wouldn't be using the elevator again, they immediately helped us access the stairwell and didn't question it further. This was genuinely the most horrifying experience of my life, and I can't find anyone else who's mentioned anything unusual happening at the Robert Treat Hotel. If anyone has a weird experience there, or any information about the hotel's history that might explain what we encountered, please let me know. The dog won't go near the closet anymore. At first, we thought it was just a phase. Our dog, Max, had been acting strange for a couple of weeks. But dogs do that sometimes, right? He was a rescue and he'd come with some baggage, so we just figured he was having a hard time settling in. The first night he started acting up, he refused to go near the closet. It wasn't a huge deal at first. He's scared of the vacuum, the broom, basically anything that's bigger than him. We didn't think much of it. But the longer it went on, the weirder it became. Max, usually the goofy, friendly golden retriever, started sitting by the door and staring at the closet. Not just once in a while, but like all the time. We would try to call him over, but he would turn his head away and stay firmly planted right where he was, eyes fixed on the closet. I thought maybe it was just a strange quirk. But then, late one night, I heard it. It started as a faint scratching. I thought it was probably a mouse or something small in the walls. The old house creaked and groaned, but as I laid there, I realized it wasn't coming from the walls. It was coming from inside the closet. I tried to ignore it, thinking that I would look in the morning, but it just kept going. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Steady, rhythmic, like something was trying to claw its way out. I got up, and I went to check. I flicked on the light, half expecting to see a pile of junk falling over or a plastic bag caught in the air vent. But when I opened the door, there was nothing. No mouse, no bag, just an empty closet. Max was nowhere to be found either, which was odd because he never let me out of his sight at night. I called his name, but there was no response. I checked the living room, the kitchen, and even outside, but no Max. Then, just as I was starting to get really freaked out, I heard a whine from the bedroom. I rushed back to find Max cowering in the corner and shaking. He looked terrified, staring at the closet like it was the source of all of his fears. I thought it might have been a one-time thing, some sort of fluke. Maybe he was just scared of the dark or had a bad dream. But it didn't stop. Every night, Max would refuse to go near that closet. He would whine and whimper at the door, and I'd have to coax him into the room. But he'd sit by the door and stare at it the entire time. And then the scratching came back, louder. It was almost deafening, and it was rattling the door. I couldn't ignore it anymore. I opened the closet door again, hoping to finally get to the bottom of it. But when I swung it open, the room was empty. No rats, no intruders, just darkness. That night, I stayed awake. I set up a camera, figuring that I would catch whatever it was. I don't know what I expected to find, but I had to know. I didn't want to be a fool imagining things. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the dark, watching the monitor. And then, right around 2 o'clock in the morning, I saw it. Max had been pacing around the room, and as he neared the closet, he froze. His body went rigid, his ears perked, staring at the door like he was seeing something that I couldn't. I didn't hear the scratching this time, but I saw him lunge at the door as if he was trying to get whatever was on the other side. His bark was frantic, and then silence. He didn't move again. I rushed into the room, my heart in my throat. Max was standing motionless, facing the closet, his tail tucked between his legs. I called his name, but he didn't react. It was like he was frozen in place. I grabbed his collar and gently pulled him away from the door, but he wouldn't budge. His eyes were just fixed on the closet. And that's when I noticed that the door to the closet was slightly ajar, and there was something on the other side that was moving. I couldn't see it very clearly, but there was a shape. Something dark was shifting. I backed away from the closet slowly. My heart was pounding out of my chest, but Max would not leave, and I couldn't leave without him. It took me a minute to get him to finally move, and when I did, he bolted straight for the front door. It was like I had broken him out of some kind of trance. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't explain what I had seen or what Max had seen, but I was done. The scratching started again that night, louder and even more violent. I couldn't take it anymore. I packed up everything I could and I left. I didn't care where we went, I just needed to be as far away from that house as possible. As we left, I heard the scratching one last time, but now it was coming from inside the walls, like whatever had been in the closet had moved on. I don't know what the heck was going on with that house, but we weren't sticking around to find out.
I went to a junior high in Alvin, Texas, named Harby Junior High, or G.W. Harby Junior High. It was built in 1980, but it was located on rural property and looked quite eerie at night since it was a fairly small, at the time, school. Unfortunately, during the 1900 hurricane of Galveston, Texas, which is about 35 miles away from Alvin,
8,000 to 12,000 souls were lost, making it the deadliest natural disaster in U.S. history. Thousands of bodies would resurface, float back to land, etc. Bodies were sent to surrounding areas, and mass cemeteries and morgues were created in rural areas. Allegedly, Harvey Junior High was built on a site that held a mass cemetery. Definitely, creepy things would happen throughout the whole school, and some teachers had spooky encounters. This wasn't your typical spooky ghost story told around a campfire. You could tell some of these encounters really affected some people more than others. You can look it up. There are various stories similar to this. I can positively say that whenever I felt anything at school, I made sure to respect it and not taunt it.
My Visit to Union Cemetery in Easton, Connecticut, by Sailor Khaleesi, posted to r/paranormal. I went on a sort of mini road trip with my best friend for my birthday last weekend to visit some haunted and abandoned places that I've dreamed of visiting for a long time. I'm totally one of those weird chicks that loves hanging out in cemeteries. Union is a really famous haunted location. Some say it's one of the most haunted locations in the U.S. It's best known for its resident ghost, the White Lady, who wanders the cemetery dressed in all white with long black hair. I was hoping to see her, but not really expecting anything. My friend and I wandered the cemetery. Sadly, there were a lot of broken and knocked down tombstones, which infuriated me. One in particular really caught my attention. It was knocked to the ground with a bunch of pennies on top of it. I thought it was very strange, and it was the only one with pennies on top of it. It had been a while since I had read anything about the location. I was more focused on actually finding it. So my friend turned to trusty Google to see if we could figure out the identity of the White Lady. Lo and behold, the grave with the pennies on it was the grave most people believed to be hers. Her name was Harriet R. Seeley, and she died from complications in childbirth, and she lost her newborn son as well. We tried recording some EVP and videos, but it was a windy day, so nothing really came of it. I did have an interesting experience, though. I took pictures using my new camera. I had barely used it that day, and I'm sure it still had a full battery. I also had a complete charge before I left the house. As I walked through the cemetery, my battery was draining. Within 15 minutes of just taking a small amount of photos, my battery drained from half to nothing. Interestingly enough, I was standing before Mrs. Seeley's grave when the camera died, right after I had tried asking for a sign of her presence. I would normally call something like this a coincidence, but I couldn't really come up with any rational explanation for why the battery drained so fast. I sadly didn't see any apparitions or mists, and I didn't really catch any spirit photos. I did randomly get sick and nauseous when I was standing in front of a few graves, but I don't remember which ones. I want to go back there at night sometime, hoping soon. And even if I just stand in front of the gate, I think it would be cool. Technically, you're not allowed to go in after dark. Rancocas State Park Experience by Traditional Stay 746, posted to r/paranormal. My name is Emily. Tonight, I experienced something that doesn't make sense. I've always enjoyed walking in the woods at night. It's something I find calming and peaceful. For years, I've walked on various trails without ever feeling anxious or paranoid. But this particular place has brought some strange experiences with it. A few years ago, when I first started walking here, I encountered something that I call the off people. I've never had any vivid hallucinations outside of this space.
These figures look like ordinary people, dressed in colorful, modern clothing, and they always approach me from ahead on the path. They walk within arm's reach, staring at me for an uncomfortable amount of time. Once they pass, they're gone. It's hard to keep my gaze on them, and I always feel like I have to look away. There's something deeply unsettling about them, but I've never felt afraid, just confused and uneasy. At first, I convinced myself that it was just strange people in the woods, and that I probably needed a nap. But the third time it happened, I realized that something is going on here that I can't understand, and maybe I should be more cautious. After 3 years of walking at Rancoca State Park, I got spooked and stopped visiting the area. Fast forward 3 months, and I had this unshakable feeling that I belonged in that place, so I decided to return. I wish I hadn't. I arrived later than usual, around 2 a.m. I started at my usual trailhead and tried to walk calmly, focusing on my breathing and attempting to clear my mind. No strange feeling, no sense of being watched, no sense of unease. But after rounding a bend about a half-mile in, I saw a deer facing away from me. I thought it was a nice, peaceful moment, so I stopped to admire it. And then something absolutely horrifying happened. The deer turned and looked at me, and its face had the face of a human child. I immediately froze, not because of some mystical force, but because of the shock. What I was seeing made no sense. The creature slowly moved toward me, almost cautiously, until it was no more than 10 feet away. It didn't move like a normal deer. It almost looked like a plush toy filled with beads, bending unnaturally, as though its body had no joints. It stood up at the waist like a human, maintaining unbroken eye contact the entire time. There was no sound, not a growl, not a chirp, not a rustling, just this really intense stare. I backed away and ran to my car. It didn't move or follow me as I sprinted off, thankfully. The whole encounter lasted no more than 30 seconds. I've been telling myself that the area must have a gas leak or something, that I had to be hallucinating, because that's easier to believe than admitting that I saw something that just doesn't fit into the natural world. I don't think I'll be walking in the woods again for a while. Every time I try to make sense of this, I can't even find the right words to explain it. New Mexico Airbnb Haunt by Snoo Marzipans 9149. We stayed at an amazing Airbnb in New Mexico. It was very old and had been the original house on a large ranch. My husband was asleep beside me, and I was reading, while our adult daughter was in another bedroom. Suddenly, I distinctly felt both of my feet being grabbed and tickled. Without looking up from my book, I thought it was my daughter, so I told her to stop. She did, but when I sat up and got out of bed, she wasn't there. She couldn't have left the room without me seeing her. It felt more playful than anything else. Has anyone else had a similar experience? The next night, I was sitting in the living room while my husband and daughter were making dinner. The rooms are completely open to each other. I saw a very tall, dark shadow move across the space between us and disappear through the wall. I'm not going to share the location of the Airbnb out of respect for the owner, but we're definitely staying there again next time we're in the area. It was pretty cool. The Silent Clearing
by a now deleted user. These events occurred 2 summers ago in the Grand Teton area. My boyfriend at the time, now husband, let's call him Harry, was an avid outdoorsman and also served in the military. I was an ecology major and wanted to spend more time outdoors. So he decided to take me on my first backpacking trip, just the 2 of us. For those who aren't familiar, the Grand Tetons are well known for their wildlife, specifically grizzly bears. My only experience with bears up to this point was watching a little black bear cross the road from the safety of my car. Seeing grizzly country signs around every corner wasn't doing much to calm my nerves. The first incident. My boyfriend looked like Indiana Jones, machete hanging from his belt, large knives attached to each side of his pack, bear spray strapped to his waist. You get the picture. The beginning of our 25-mile journey was all uphill. When in bear country, you're supposed to make noise so you don't startle the wildlife by accidentally sneaking up on it. As you can imagine, going up a steep hill while carrying a 40-pound pack makes it difficult to make conversation. We were an hour in and almost at the top of the ascent when I noticed that the woods had gone completely silent, save for the rushing stream to our left. Silent woods are never a good sign. This usually indicates predators nearby. At this point, I was in front of my boyfriend, and we were about to crest the hill. For the past 20 minutes, we hadn't said a word to each other, too tired to speak. We noticed the silence at the same time, and gave each other knowing glances. I came up over the top of the hill and immediately froze. Sitting not 10 feet in front of me, in the middle of the trail, was a grizzly bear. My husband wasn't aware yet, as he was behind me, so I did the first thing I could think of. While still frozen, I flung my arm wildly behind me to get Harry's attention. I was too terrified to speak. The bear went from sitting to all fours, not looking away from us once. Harry quickly swung me around so that I was behind him, and he just started yelling. Being in the military, he knows how to yell. The grizzly wasn't quite fazed, as it started to walk slowly toward us. At this point, I was on the verge of passing out from terror. This bear was like 5 feet in front of us, when we heard a loud crack coming from the woods to our right. The bear heard it too, and it bolted toward the stream. A second crack boomed again, this time much closer than before. Harry said, "It's probably just some falling branches." But we both knew that wasn't the case. At this point, we were walking quickly up the trail, trying to create some distance from the grizzly and those strange noises. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand straight up, and in that same moment, Harry stopped moving in front of me. He turned around to look at me, and I turned to look behind me. To this day, we're not really sure what we saw. Back where we were standing was a large black or brown mass. It looked to be 3 times bigger than the already large grizzly we had seen just a few moments before. Its back was facing us, and then it stood on its back legs. It looked similar to a bear, but something about the shape was just... At this point, it was probably stupid to run away, but that's exactly what we did. We were aware of heavy footsteps behind us, but neither of us looked back. The footsteps eventually faded. At this point, I was a mess. Harry was doing his best to console me. "Honey, this is extremely unusual. The bears usually stay away from humans. We're going to be okay. I'm sure that won't happen again." That was enough to convince me to continue on the backpacking trip. Not another hour later, we reached a clearing where we decided to take a rest and eat a snack.
About a minute after we had sat down, I noticed bushes moving in a line toward the clearing, toward us. Out of the brush came this adolescent grizzly, who looked just as spooked as I'm sure we did. But he came straight for us. Harry, being the crazy nut that he is, decided to charge back at the bear while screaming, bear spray at the ready. That did the trick, and the bear ran off. All I could think was, just my luck. But that wasn't even close to what happened the second night. Before we began our backpack, we had to let the ranger station know which trails and routes we'd be planning to take. With this information, they usually send a ranger on horseback at some point during the backpack to check on you, to make sure everything is okay. There weren't many approved trails left for us to choose from, and it was just our luck that they were the most difficult. Apparently, over the 3 days we were on those trails, we had been the sole hikers. We didn't see another person, not once. Not from the second that we were en route. However, I guess we missed the ranger who came to check on us. We had been following hoof prints the entire second day, and we hadn't seen any the day before. I had some foot problems, so we spent valuable daylight trying to adjust my boots, laces, and socks to compensate for the pain. When we started on the trail again, we had maybe an hour or two of daylight left, and in the woods, it gets dark fast. I was exhausted. It was now dark out, and Harry was the only one with a working headlamp, as mine wouldn't even turn on for some reason. We needed to find somewhere to set up camp, as we still needed to eat. It was freezing, and the wind was blowing. It was creating a howling sound as it rushed through the trees, which made it difficult to hear Harry or discern any other sounds coming from the woods. After another hour of hiking through the dark, we found a clearing. Well, it was more like a bowl. It looked to be about 200 meters in diameter, with the sides being about 10 meters down from the trail to the bottom of the clearing. The place was strange, and we both felt it, though Harry didn't tell me how freaked out he was until after we had left. There was no moonlight, so all we had was the illumination from his headlamp, our small camp stove, and the flashlight that I fished from my pack. Half of the trees were dead or fallen, just in the bowl. The vegetation everywhere else was very dense and healthy. To help alleviate my anxiety, Harry started playing Ninja Sex Party out of his portable speaker. This didn't help much, as it just echoed off the trees, creating a dissonance of sounds. He also thought that it would ward off any predators nearby. This is when we knew our anxiety was not paranoia. The silence was back. There hadn't been a single bird chirp since we arrived at the clearing. It also may have had to do with the obnoxious music, but because of our previous experience, we decided to turn the music off and head into the tent. Also, it was freezing. As soon as we were situated in our sleeping bags, we heard deep cracks and thuds echoing from beyond the tree line. Falling trees? There had been a lot of wildfires and very little rain this season. Thud. We both froze. That sound was not an echo. It came from inside the clearing. Definitely not a falling tree. Thud. It came from right outside our tent. We both stopped breathing. Harry's hand found mine, and we clung to each other, paralyzed. Something dragged across the outside of our tent wall, making an indent as it went along. It was thin, almost like a finger. "What is it?" I mouthed, shaking. "I don't know. Shouldn't be a person. We're the only ones on this side of the mountain." I was trying my hardest to stifle sobs, trying to listen to what was outside. I could hear steps, but I couldn't decipher what they were. The steps stopped, and then the whole side of the tent was slowly pushed inward. At this point, whatever was outside knew we were inside, so I shined my flashlight at the side of the tent, and what I saw made my blood run cold. It was the shape of a human face pressed into the tent wall. I could make out the nose and an open mouth. Each time they breathed, it made the tent around their mouth billow in and out. Harry said, "F that," and pulled a Glock from his sleeping bag. He cocked it, and the sound shattered the silence. The face pulled back, and we heard fast footsteps heading toward the edge of the clearing. We didn't leave the tent till the sun was shining the next morning. The first thing we noticed was the smell of urine. We came out of the tent and looked around. Whoever it was had peed on our coals we had left in the fire, leaving a disgusting stench of evaporated urine. Footprints surrounded our tent, circling around multiple times. Muddy handprints decorated the outside of our tent. Well, we think it was mud, anyway. The takeaway? Wildlife is not the most dangerous thing in the backcountry.
Strange Experience in the Woods of New Jersey by Hey Now Look Out, posted to r/paranormal. I'm not really much of a Reddit user, but I've been reading some creepy and unexplained stories for the past hour or so I thought I'd share some experiences of my own. When I was young, from birth until about age 11 or 12, I lived in a rural part of northern New Jersey, and our house was in the middle of the woods. So basically, there wasn't anyone around but my parents, my brother, and me. Both of my parents worked during the day, and in the summer months, my brother and I would stay home alone until my mom came home in the early afternoon. I used to play a lot around the outside of the house, in the garden, in the woods, and so on. At the time, I had a few experiences, which now make me shudder to think about. Several times I'd be out playing, and I would feel small objects hitting me on the back and my legs. Sometimes I would see little pebbles on the ground, or they would be caught up in my shirt or jacket. It would weird me out a bit, so I would just go inside. I wouldn't say that it happened regularly, but it definitely happened on more than one occasion. The other strange experience was when I was outside. I was just playing around with sticks and hitting them on rocks and things. After a while, I noticed that I could hear similar sounds coming from way off in the trees. I would drum out a pattern, listen quietly, and hear a reply. I must have done this for several minutes before finally getting creeped out and going inside. The older I got, the more uneasy I felt about the experiences, so I stopped going outside alone. Eventually, we moved to a house in the center of town, and that was the end of it. Recently, since watching shows like Finding Bigfoot, I've learned that supposedly Sasquatch throw things and hit sticks on trees, but I can't say that I ever saw anything. Oh, and you might ask where my brother was during all of this. He was pretty obsessed with Nintendos, so that pretty much kept him occupied. Dispatch keeps getting calls from a dead woman. My name is Derek, and I've been a police officer for 12 years, working nights in a small town outside Portland, Oregon. Most of what we deal with is pretty routine. Drunk drivers, domestic disputes, teenagers being teenagers. But something's been happening on my shift that I can't explain, and it's starting to affect the whole department. It started 3 weeks ago. I was working a quiet Tuesday night shift when dispatch, Ruby, who's been there longer than any of us, called in about a domestic disturbance at 1879, let's call it Maple Street. The caller was apparently a woman reporting that her husband was trying to break down their bedroom door. Scary, but pretty standard domestic violence call. Sadly, we get them all the time. My partner Carol and I responded code 3. When we got there, the house was completely dark. No signs of disturbance, no noise, nothing. We did our standard sweep around the property before approaching the front door. That's when we noticed the overgrown lawn, the stack of yellowed newspapers on the porch, the layer of dust on the windows. No one answered our knocks, so we called dispatch to verify the address. Ruby confirmed it, and then added something that made my skin crawl. The caller identified herself as Margaret Henderson. Here's the thing. I know that name. 3 years ago, Margaret Henderson was killed in that house by her husband. He broke down their bedroom door with an axe, the Shining style. By the time officers arrived, she was already gone. Her husband died in prison last year. I had Ruby play back the 911 call. The woman's voice was clear as day. "Please hurry, he's got the axe again. I'm in the bedroom, 1879 Maple Street. My name is Margaret Henderson." In the background, you can hear the distinct sound of an axe hitting wood. We got permission to enter the property. The house was empty, had been for years. But when we got to the master bedroom, the door, which had been replaced after the original incident, had fresh damage. They matched exactly the pattern from the crime scene photos from 3 years ago. That was just the beginning. Over the next few weeks, we got 6 more calls from Margaret Henderson, always between 2 and 3 a.m., always reporting the same thing. Each time we'd find new damage to the bedroom door, identical to the original attack pattern. The house is still empty. We've had it under surveillance. No one goes in or out. The calls come from different numbers each time. When we trace them, they either don't exist or belong to disconnected landlines. Tech services analyzed the audio. They say the background noise, the axe hitting the door, is identical in every single call. Not similar, identical, down to the microsecond. Last night, things escalated. Ruby got another call from Margaret, but this time, it was different. Instead of reporting the attack, she said, "Officer Thompson isn't coming fast enough this time either." Thompson was the responding officer the night she died. He retired 2 years ago. I pulled the original case files. Thompson's report stated he arrived 4 minutes after dispatch received Margaret's call. But our department recently digitized all of our old 911 calls, and I found something that makes me question everything. The timestamp on Margaret's original call was 2:17 a.m. Thompson's body cam footage shows him arriving at 2:47 a.m., 30 minutes later, not 4. I talked to Thompson today. He broke down and admitted that he stopped for coffee that night. He didn't take the call seriously enough. He's lived with that guilt for 3 years. The calls are still coming in. Ruby's started to refuse work at the 2 to 3 a.m. hour, and honestly, I can't blame her. The new dispatch guy, Marcus, says every time he gets a call from one of those disconnected numbers, his computer screen shows the temperature dropping to exactly 45 degrees Fahrenheit, the temperature of the bedroom where they found Margaret. I drove by the house tonight. For the first time, there was a light on in the master bedroom. Through the window,
I could see the shadow of someone sitting against the door. I called for backup, but by the time Carol arrived, the light was off. The thing is, I don't think Margaret is trying to scare us. I think she's trying to tell us something about that night. Something more than what we found in the investigation. Tomorrow night, I'm going to take the 2 a.m. shift myself. I've got a feeling she'll keep calling until someone listens, really listens, to what she's trying to say. Edit. A lot of you are asking for the 911 recordings. I obviously can't share them. They're part of an ongoing investigation now. But here's what's weird. Every time we try to make a copy of the calls, the audio comes out as static. The only way to hear them is through our department's original system. Edit 2. Thompson was found dead in his apartment this morning. Preliminary cause of death, heart attack. Time of death estimated at 2:17 a.m. Experiences at Seaside Sanatorium in Waterford, Connecticut. Posted by a now-deleted user to r/paranormal. I had visited Seaside a few months prior to today, and I even went inside. But don't tell anyone. It's off limits. When inside, I had a few experiences, but nothing major. Just footsteps and creepy feelings. I had known the history of the building front to back. It had been a place for the ill, and a lot of children stayed there. So, knowing that I would basically be trespassing on the kids, I brought a stuffed animal and I left it inside of the main building. I said a little prayer and I wished them well. The other building I couldn't get into at all. It's entirely blocked off. I had brought another stuffed animal to leave in that building, but I couldn't. So I put it at the bottom of a locked stairwell. I threw it down so that it would be sitting at the very bottom. It's here that I had my experience. I went to the same stairwell where I had tossed the stuffed puppy dog and searched high and low for it, but it was nowhere to be found. That's when I said, "Hello, where's the puppy?" I immediately heard a little girl's voice whisper, "Inside." I was taken aback. I kept asking the question, and she kept responding. I loved how no matter what, she would always say, "It's inside, inside." I was walking away and stopped to take a picture. I felt a warm squeeze on my leg, kind of like when a kid hugs you. Somehow, I kind of knew that it was the little girl, almost like she was thanking me for the puppy. Haunted Airbnb in Cincinnati, Ohio. By Unalaga. I surprised my girlfriend with a trip to Cincinnati to visit the Newport Aquarium last week. I was really eager to get out of my parents' house, so I booked an Airbnb on the edge of town for the weekend. The pictures of the apartment looked nice, and we were both excited to see the town and enjoy a weekend to ourselves. When we arrived, we were a bit bummed by the state of our accommodation. Aside from the trash that clearly hadn't been emptied by the last residents, it was clear that the hosts had been very specific about the pictures they chose to post online. The apartment was obviously very old and quite empty, furnished only with the essentials: a bed, a couch, and some modest kitchen appliances. I did a full inspection of the apartment, checking for bedbugs, mold, and making sure the locks worked properly. Lastly, I came to the bathroom, which was in desperate need of remodeling. The shower had stains, the toilet hardly flushed, and the sink barely had any water pressure. It was clear that we had not been sold on a weekend stay in paradise. After a long day of exploring the town, we were both tired and climbed into bed. About an hour later, I realized I had to use the restroom. And that's when things started to get creepy. I sat down on the toilet, and I pulled out my phone to scroll through Instagram when I noticed something move out of the corner of my eye. I looked up and saw that the bathroom door had opened and was slowly moving until it came to a creaking halt against the shower curtain. I froze for a moment to collect my thoughts, trying to brush it off as a draft or something wrong with the door. I was convinced that explanation was real, until I heard the shower turn on. The loud sound of water rushing out of the tap petrified me. I mean, there I was, on the toilet, pants around the ankles, completely terrified, and glued to the seat. I'll admit, I froze like a coward. I didn't know what to do. After what felt like an eternity, I finally got up, finished my business, and turned off the shower. Terrified, I went back to the bedroom, closed the door, and locked it. My girlfriend, who had slept through the entire event, woke up when she heard me hurry into the room. I explained everything to her, my mind racing the entire night. I could not take my eyes off the door, and I buried myself in bed, covering my ears to block out any sounds in case something happened again. The next morning, I worked up the courage to investigate. I had left the bathroom door open, forgotten to flush, and the tap was still dripping. I can't explain why the shower turned on, but now, after 20 years of living, I think I've become a believer in at least the fact that there are some things that we can't see among us. I'm a park ranger, and something's been taking the wildlife. By Mark L. Look, I know how this is gonna sound. I've been a park ranger at a national forest I won't mention for 8 years. And until last month, the weirdest thing I'd ever dealt with was a black bear that learned how to open car doors. But what I saw during my night patrol last week, I need to tell somebody. First off, some background. Our park's been having issues with missing wildlife. Not just the occasional disappeared deer or rabbit. We're talking entire sections of the forest going silent. No birds, no squirrels, nothing. Even the damn insects stopped chirping. The silence is what gets you first. I'm one of 3 night rangers who patrol the north section. It's usually pretty quiet up here. Occasional campers breaking quiet hours. Maybe some teens trying to sneak beers. Nothing major. But 3 nights ago, during my 11 p.m. patrol, I got a call about strange noises near Campground B, the one farthest from the main road. The report came from a camper in Site B17. They described it as something between an elk bugle and metal scraping on metal. Normally, I would write it off as a mountain lion or maybe a territorial elk, but we haven't had an elk sighting in this section for months, and mountain lions don't usually hang around active campgrounds. I drove up there in my patrol vehicle, keeping the lights off until I hit the campground road. The first thing I noticed was how every single campsite was dark. Like, completely dark. No lanterns, no campfires, nothing. This was weird because I knew we had at least 8 sites occupied that night. As I pulled up to B17, my headlights caught something that made me slam on the brakes. About 50 yards ahead, standing between 2 pines, was something. The closest I can come to describing it is this. Imagine if someone tried to make a deer out of human body parts, but got the proportions wrong. It was tall, maybe 8 feet at the shoulder. Had these long, spindly legs that bent in too many places. But its head, God, its head. It looked almost human-like, but stretched out, with too many eyes arranged in a pattern I still see when I close mine. The worst part was its mouth. It opened sideways, like a pair of scissors. When my headlights hit it, it didn't run. It didn't even flinch. It just turned those eyes toward me and tilted its head at an angle that shouldn't have been possible. Then it made that sound that the campers reported. I've been in law enforcement for 12 years, military before that, and I have never heard anything that made my blood run cold like that noise. I reached for my rifle, standard issue for wildlife management, but by the time I got it, the thing was gone. Not like it ran away, it was just gone. 1 second there, next second, nothing. But I could still hear it moving through the forest, making this weird clicking sound, like someone rapidly tapping Morse code on a metal pipe. I got out and checked the area. The ground where it had been standing was completely bare. No plants, no insects, nothing living within about a 10-foot radius. The soil looked gray, like all the nutrients had been sucked out of it. Found some tracks too, but they didn't make any sense. They started normally, but would suddenly appear 20 feet away in a different direction, as if whatever made them could teleport. I spent the next hour checking on all the campsites. Everyone was alive, but in a deep sleep. Deeper than normal. None of them remembered hearing anything when I interviewed them the next morning. The family at B-17 had packed up and left before I could talk to them, and I can't say I blame them. Here's the really messed up part, though. The next day, our wildlife cameras caught something weird. Every single camera in a 5-mile radius showed the same exact thing at 3:33 a.m. Just static. But if you looked really closely, you could make out what looked like hundreds of eyes in the static, all blinking at slightly different times. I've been doing extra patrols in the area since then. Found more of those dead zones, perfectly circular areas where nothing grows. They seem to be spreading. The higher-ups are calling it some kind of natural phenomenon, maybe a new plant disease. But I know what I saw. Last night, I found a deer carcass near one of those zones. It wasn't eaten or torn apart. It looked like it had been turned inside out, but there wasn't any blood, just empty. The bones were gone too. I'm writing this because I need to know if anyone else has seen something similar. I've started documenting everything, taking soil samples, recording the sound of silence, if that makes sense. I know something's out there, something that shouldn't exist, and I think it's getting bolder. To the other rangers and park workers who might read this, check your wildlife population count. Look for the dead zones. Listen for the silence. And whatever you do, if you hear something that sounds like an elk but not quite, don't look at its eyes. Hair-Raising Hike by Altrill 2010, posted to r/deepwoodscreepy. About 6 years ago, I was in fantastic shape and used to take my then toddler on long day hikes in our local woods or state parks around Oregon. One Saturday, we decided to do a 10-mile loop around a local reservoir. We packed a lunch so we could stop midpoint. I also always packed my kiddo a second set of clothes due to their proclivity for finding gross things. As was usual, said toddler had a lot of energy at the beginning of the hike and would run 20 yards or so in front of me, stop to look at plants, help me identify things near the trail, and of course, find a good stick. After about 3 miles, the 4-year-old wanted to be carried for a bit. No biggie. Hoisted the Todd up onto my shoulders, and off we went. We reached the half-mile point. The day was a beautiful April in Oregon. We had encountered a small drizzle early on, but that just delighted the small one. Temperatures were such that a light flannel shirt was perfect, and I rolled up my sleeves after walking 2 miles with an extra 40 pounds on my shoulders. We ate lunch and continued on our way. About a half mile after eating, my 4-year-old's demeanor began to change. They became quiet and didn't want to run down the path or engage in looking at plants. I thought maybe they were just tired and our lunch break hadn't been long enough, but we continued on. Soon, I noticed that the ever-present sounds in the woods had stopped. It was eerily quiet, and all I could hear was the sounds of our feet hitting the ground. The hair on the back of my neck started to prickle. I only had my hunting axe with me, so I found a hefty stick for myself. My 4-year-old asked if we could turn around. This kid does not like to turn around, especially on loop hikes. I didn't hesitate and said yes. I managed to fit them against my back and used my backpack to keep them in place, kind of like a baby carrier. My head was on a swivel as I quickly walked back the way we came. After about a quarter mile, the feeling of unease and being watched receded. The normal noises of birds, insects, frogs, etc. all resumed. A couple days later, I saw on a local Facebook post that a logging crew, who was on the opposite side of the hill we had hiked, had spotted a mama mountain lion and her cub. No idea if that's what had me and my kiddo spooked, but it was definitely the most scared I'd ever felt on a hike. We went back a couple of months after that and brought my husband with us. We did the whole loop and never encountered that feeling again. The Hampton Inn Encounter by Philistine Koala. My mom and stepdad were on their way back home from Texas to South Carolina after my stepdad's mother passed away. They made it to Texas in time to say their goodbyes. My stepdad, a pastor, conducted the funeral. It was a long trip, emotionally draining, but my folks were glad that they were able to see her before she passed. They stopped at a Hampton Inn and Suites in Walden or Walton, Alabama, I can't remember which. Room number 325. My parents had been bickering in their exhaustion and were ready to just call it a night. My mom, who is visually impaired, laid down in bed and then felt a kiss on her left cheek. She figured it was my stepdad. My stepdad turned off the light, snuggled into bed, and started feeling pressure on his legs. This sensation went on for several minutes before he sat up and turned the light on. Initially, he thought a critter might be in the bed. He sat up, watching and waiting for the pressure to begin again, but it never did. I think it could have been his mom, but who knows. My parents are in their 70s and pretty religious. They rarely ever talked about ghosts or anything paranormal, so hearing this story from them was really surprising. I'm going to research the hotel and see if I can find anything worthwhile. I know this isn't an exceedingly interesting story, but something like this coming from my parents was pretty cool and exciting for me. Also, my stepdad eventually said that he never kissed her cheek.
Here's something that personally happened to me in a small rural North Texas area. I graduated high school in 1998 and was dating a girl with all kinds of issues who I should not have been seeing. My mother said if I stayed in a relationship with her, I could not live at home. We lived in a small rural town, and my girlfriend's home was several miles away. I decided to live in my car, smart, I know, while I figured things out. I would park my car at the gate entrance to a field near her home and sleep there at night. walking through some woods and across the field when I left her house. Her 2 dogs would follow me to the car and then go back home after I was inside. Not far into my new setup, one night as I approached my car, I swear I heard the beat of drums. Not drum set drumming, but like tribal-sounding drums. It was somewhat faint, but it was distinct in the silence of the rural area. It was then I recalled the stories I had heard in elementary school of a supposedly satanic cult in the area. They had some land at the end of a dead-end road, about a mile north of where I was parked. I became instantly scared and climbed into my car quickly. The back seat would fold down, and I could fit halfway into the trunk of the car. That's how I slept for the several weeks I lived there. Every night I could hear the drums. One night the dogs didn't leave my car. Rather, I awoke to them growling at something, bumping the underside of my vehicle as they moved around beneath me. The final straw came one night after getting into my car. As I sat in the driver's seat, preparing to climb into the back, I happened to make out a silhouette against the horizon in the field I had just crossed. It was a human form made of shadow, silhouetted against the less dark night sky. Thinking my girlfriend or her father, who didn't know I was out there, followed me, I turned on my headlights to verify who, and discovered that nobody stood in the field. I had enough of that, and drove about 10 miles away to the parking lot of a rural church, and felt better sleeping there. Needless to say, that relationship did not last, and I moved on to other things not long after that. Almost a year later, I became friends with an older lady who lived nearby. I found out she happened to live on the dead-end road where I swore I heard the drum sounds coming from. I asked her one time if she ever had any strange experiences or any harassment from the cult at the end of the road. She told me the cult had been gone for about a decade at that time, that they had left before her family even moved onto the street, but she did have odd things happening there after first moving in. She said that her 3 daughters would routinely see shadowy figures moving outside between the trees on their property, and also hear what she called Indian drums. She said this having no idea what had happened to me. Once, she said her youngest daughter, 4 years old at the time, was sitting by the stereo speakers in the living room with her ear up to them. Someone in the family asked her what she was doing, and she said, "Listening." They found it somewhat humorous because the stereo wasn't on, and asked her what she was listening to. The young daughter looked at them and replied, "They say, there is justification in killing your parents." Freaky stuff. I knew then that what I experienced almost a year before was not the cult that had long ago moved away, but something far more sinister that had remained in the area.
Camping Experience by Eggs in Space. Posted to r/paranormal. I had an interesting experience while camping in Wampatuck State Park with my husband. It was a nice drive-in campsite, a corner spot next to one other campsite, and woods on the other 3 sides. We had a nice day hiking, cooked some fajitas and s'mores over the fire, and then settled into our tent to sleep. Later that night, I woke up and heard a really weird noise. It sounded kind of like an electronic tone. And then I heard what sounded like people talking right outside of the tent, in that same weird mechanical tone. They better get out of that tent. I saw a possum go in there. Thinking that there must be other campers walking around, I just turned over and tried to go back to sleep. A couple minutes later, I heard that strange tone noise again, and then what sounded like a cat meowing and walking around the tent. It sounded like my cat when he wants to be let into the house. I'm not about to let strange animals into my tent, so I just laid there until it stopped after about a minute. A couple of minutes later, I heard the tone again, and then I heard a lower, gravelly voice talking outside the tent. They better get out of there before I get them. All of this happened over the course of maybe 10 minutes. I didn't react as strongly as I probably should have, but I was tired and thought at first that it might be some kind of dream. My husband got up and left the tent to use the bathroom a little while later. He hadn't heard anything, and I didn't hear anything else after that. The next morning, while eating breakfast, I could hear the neighboring campers talking. One of their children, about 5 to 7 years old, was upset with his brother because the previous night they had heard somebody telling them to get out of the camper, and now his brother was denying that he had heard anything. I'm not sure exactly what happened that night, but it was interesting. The Hat Man in the Woods by Jennifer L. I've never been one to believe in the supernatural. I've always chalked up strange things to coincidence or an overactive imagination. But something happened to me and my daughter on a hike in the Oregon wilderness that I still can't explain. It's been years now, about 16 to be exact, and I'm still haunted by it. It started out as just another peaceful hike. My daughter, Lily, was only a toddler at the time, about 2.5, and we were enjoying the serenity of the forest. The trees were tall, the air was crisp, and everything felt calm and perfect. We were in a remote area near a trail that we had hiked before, one of those places where the only sounds are the wind in the trees, birds chirping, and the occasional crunch of leaves underfoot. But then, everything changed. I noticed it first. The air went still. It wasn't just the usual quiet of the forest. It was a thick silence, almost suffocating. It was as if the world itself had hit the pause button. I looked around, trying to make sense of it. There was no breeze, no rustling of branches, no animals. It was so quiet that it felt unnatural. I glanced down at Lily, and I could see the change in her immediately. Her little face, which had been excited and curious just moments before, was now pale and tight with fear. Her hands, which had been busy picking up sticks and rocks, froze. She looked up at me with wide, frightened eyes and said, "Mommy, I want to go home." I was startled by the sudden shift in her demeanor. She was usually a brave little thing, always exploring and running ahead of me on these hikes. To see her like this, her little body just shaking with fear, was unsettling. "Okay, sweetie," I said, trying to reassure her, though my own heart was beginning to race. "We'll head back home. Come on, let's go." I bent down to pick her up, feeling a strange sense of urgency rise in my chest. I figured it was just my nerves getting to me, but the unsettling silence had really put me on edge, as had her demeanor. I turned around and started to make my way back the way we'd come, and that's when I saw him. Through the trees, about 20 feet away, there was a figure standing in the distance. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the light, or maybe my mind was playing tricks on me due to the rising tension. But then I realized it was none of those things. There in the clearing, between the trees, stood a man. He was tall, his back straight, and he was wearing a dark coat and a top hat. His silhouette was unmistakable, and my heart nearly stopped when I saw it. He was standing still, just watching us. I could barely breathe. I didn't know why, but I knew that we needed to leave, right then. I grabbed Lily tighter, my heart pounding out of my chest, and I started to walk faster. My eyes were just fixed on this figure. It's like I couldn't dare to look away. He didn't move. He didn't speak. But I could feel the weight of his presence, like an invisible hand pressing down on me. It was the feeling of being watched. No, studied. The forest around us still hadn't made a sound. My thoughts were racing, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. But there was no explanation. When we made it back to the trailhead, I dared a final glance behind me. The man was gone. There was nothing but trees and the eerie silence that had consumed the woods. I didn't know what I had seen, or if I had even seen anything at all, I guess. My mind was rattling with fear and confusion, and I tried to brush it off as just a figment of my imagination. Maybe the silence and my daughter's sudden fear had caused me to hallucinate. But then, that night, after I tucked Lily into bed, she said, "Mommy?" "Yes," I replied. "Who was that man with the hat?" I froze. I felt the room go cold, and I had ice in my veins. How did she know about him? I had never mentioned it to her. I didn't even tell my husband when I got home, because I didn't want to sound crazy. But now I couldn't ignore it. I told her it was nothing to worry about. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt, and it hasn't left me since. It's been about, 16 years since that day in the woods. Lily is grown now, 18, and getting ready to graduate. She still doesn't remember much about that day, but every once in a while, she'll mention a strange dream or a flash of memory about the man with the hat. I can't help but wonder if the memory is buried deep inside her, waiting for the right moment to resurface somehow. But I'll never forget that feeling, the cold fear that ran through me when I saw him. I've tried to brush it off as a moment of panic, but the fact that both of us saw it, I can't ignore it. And the fact that she still remembers it and dreams about it, it's just overall deeply unsettling. The Missing Fifth by For the Weird Stuff. I have 4 kids. I know I have 4 kids, but recently, I just feel like there should be another one, like someone's missing. When we go out, I do a head count and I get flustered because I can't find the extra one. I have to consciously remind myself that there are only 4, but my heart just doesn't believe it. I try to brush it off as one of those weird feelings and move on. Then, my parents sent money to my kids, $500 total. I called them and asked them why they put in so much. They were confused and said they had told me that they were sending $100 per child. I reminded them that I only have 4 children. They were silent for a moment, and then kind of laughed and said they must be getting old, because they had been thinking there were 5. Then tonight, my daughter walked into the lounge room, looked around, and said, "I know we're all here, but our family feels small." My son agreed. I hadn't said anything to anyone about my feelings lately because they already think I'm ancient and forgetful at 40. Does anyone else ever have these feelings?
A friend of mine worked for a guy who had inherited an old farmhouse way out in the woods in deep East Texas. The home had been abandoned for some years, and the guy wanted to sell it, so they went out on a work trip to chop down some weeds and make the place presentable for potential buyers. My friend was a teenager at the time and agreed to go out there for a few days. They took a chainsaw, weed whacker, pruning shears, and headed off in the guy's work truck. The place was way back in the woods. It took them a couple of hours to get there from Houston, and an hour or so to cut trees off the driveway. When they got back to the house, they saw signs of someone living there. There were trails around the yard and the forest. The guy got a handgun and went inside the house. Once inside, it was obvious someone had been living there. Food was being cooked, and the bed had been slept in. They found lots of wild hog and catfish remains. Whoever was living there was eating them. Then things got real weird. They found a domestic pig alive in the shed, and there was a closet in the shed with some women's nightgowns and bras. It seemed as if whoever was living there was dressing the pig up in a strange way. Then they started to find weapons all around the place: a machete, axe, and sticks. It was obvious whoever was living there had just left when they got there. They were probably close by in the woods. My friend and the guy he was working for left to get more guns and help. My friend refused to go back to the place. The guy offered him another $1 or $2 an hour, but he told him, no thanks.
I Don't Think It's Sleep Paralysis by Cassandra O. I need to get this off my chest because it's been 3 months and the episodes are getting worse. My doctor keeps telling me that it's just sleep paralysis triggered by trauma, but I know what I experienced in the woods wasn't just my brain playing tricks on me. Back in November, I went on a solo camping trip to decompress after a rough breakup. I found this supposedly amazing spot in the Ozarks through a hiking forum, one of those places that's not on any official maps but locals know about. In hindsight, I should have been suspicious when the only directions were park at the abandoned general store and follow the creek upstream until you smell wild sage. The first 2 nights were fine. Beautiful spot, totally isolated, with this weird rock formation that kind of looked like a doorway, standing alone in a clearing. I set up my tent about 50 yards from it because something about it just felt, I don't know, off. Like when you're looking at a photo and something's been photoshopped but you can't quite tell what. Anyway, the 3rd night is when it all started. I woke up at about 3 a.m. Why is it always 3 a.m. in these stories, but I swear that's what time it was. And I couldn't move. Classic sleep paralysis, right? I'd had it before, usually just the paralysis and a sense of dread until it passed. This was different. First, I could smell sage, strong, like someone was burning a whole field of it right outside my tent. Then came the whispers. Not the usual sleep paralysis nonsense, but clear words in a language I didn't understand. They seemed to be coming from the direction of that rock formation. I could see the tent walls illuminated by what looked like firelight, but the light was green, and there were shadows moving across it. Not people or animals, but shapes that didn't make any geometric sense, like Escher drawings come to life. Then something touched my sleeping bag. I felt distinct pressure points, like fingers moving up from my feet toward my face. Like somebody walking their way up me with their fingers. The sleeping bag started unzipping itself. I tried to scream, but I couldn't make a sound. At this point, I was sure this was no sleep paralysis. I had never experienced it like this. Just as the zipper reached my chest, my alarm went off. I always set it for sunrise. And suddenly I could move. The smell, the lights, everything was gone. I packed up and got out of there so fast I left half my gear behind. Here's where it gets weird, though. Ever since that night, I've been having quote-unquote sleep paralysis almost every night. But again, it's not like any sleep paralysis I've had before. It's always the exact same scenario. The smell of sage, the whispers, the feeling of something unzipping whatever I'm sleeping in. It doesn't matter where I am, my bedroom, hotels, even when I doze off on a plane. I went back about a week later with 2 friends to get my abandoned gear. The rock formation was gone. Not destroyed or hidden, just gone, like it had never been there. But we found something else. A perfect circle of dead grass where my tent had been. And at its center, my sleeping bag. The one I was sure I had taken with me when I fled. The one I was sure was in my attic. It was zipped up perfectly, laid out like somebody was sleeping in it. When we unzipped it, the inside was covered in geometric patterns drawn in what looked like ash. My friends saw them too, so I know I wasn't hallucinating. I did try to take photos, but they just show blur and static whenever I try to view them. The sleep paralysis episodes have evolved. Now, when the unzipping reaches my chest, I sometimes catch glimpses of what's doing it. The doctors say they're hypnopompic hallucinations, but how do they explain the sage smell lingering in my room long after I'm awake? The ash patterns I find on my sheets some mornings. The fact that my cat refuses to enter my bedroom at night. 2 nights ago, I managed to turn my head during an episode. Just slightly, but enough to see through my window. The rock formation was there, in my suburban backyard, glowing with that same green light. When I blinked, it was gone. But this morning, I found my old camping photos on my phone. That rock formation, it's not in any of them. Never was. I've started sleeping in a sleeping bag with no zipper, inside a lockable bivy sack. The paralysis still comes, but whatever it is, can't get in. I can hear it, though, trying different ways to open the bivy. Last night, it spoke English for the first time. It said my name. And it knew about the camping forums where I found those directions. A lot of people suggest I see a sleep specialist. I've seen 3. Their equipment always malfunctions during my episodes, and people sometimes tell me that they've had similar experiences in the Ozarks, but usually they're missing elements like the geometric patterns. Also, I checked that hiking forum where I found the directions. The thread is gone, and my account shows I've never made any posts about camping. But I do have a new DM from an account that had a nonsense name. It just says, "The door is already open. Sleep tight." Room 347 won't stop alarming. I'm a night shift nurse in the memory care unit of a large hospital in the Midwest. I've been working here for 6 years, and I'm used to the unique challenges that come with caring for patients with various forms of dementia. Our patients often have confused moments or see things that aren't there. It's part of the disease process, and we're trained to handle it. But what's been happening in room 347 for the past couple of months is something entirely different. For context, our unit uses bed alarms and motion sensors to help prevent falls, especially at night. When a patient tries to get up, the alarm alerts immediately. These systems are pretty reliable. They occasionally have false alarms, but it's quite rare. Room 347 was empty for 2 weeks after we lost Darlene, one of our long-term patients. She'd been with us for almost a year, this sweet elderly lady who used to be a kindergarten teacher. Even with advancing dementia, she never lost her gentle nature. She always sat in her rocking chair by the closet, knitting what she said were scarves for her students, though they usually ended up just being tangles of yarn. The first weird thing we noticed after her passing was that the bed alarm in 347 kept going off while the room was empty. I'm talking multiple times per night. Engineering checked the system 3 times, but found nothing wrong. The motion sensors would activate too, always in the area near the closet. We'd go in, and the rocking chair would be slightly moving, like someone had just gotten up. Then, Edith was admitted. Lovely woman, early-stage dementia, still quite coherent most of the time. Her first night, around 2 a.m., she pressed her call button. When I went in, she was sitting up in bed, perfectly calm, and asked me if the nice lady in the rocking chair was another patient. The chair was empty, but it was moving slightly. I figured it was just confusion from being in a new place. But then Edith started describing her nighttime visitor in detail. A woman in her 70s, wearing a blue cardigan, with silver hair always tied back in a braid, who sat by the closet, knitting. She said the woman would smile at her and sometimes hum old children's songs. My blood ran cold. She was describing Darlene exactly, down to the blue cardigan she was wearing when she passed. Over the next few weeks, Edith would tell us about her conversations with the knitting lady. She said the woman was worried about finishing scarves for her students before winter. Remember, Edith had never met Darlene, and we hadn't mentioned her, of course. When I showed Edith a photo of our staff and residents from last Christmas, she immediately pointed to Darlene. "That's her. But she looks sick in this picture. Well, she's much happier now." The really strange part? Edith's confusion and sundowning symptoms, which were pretty severe when she was admitted, started improving dramatically. She told us that the knitting lady helps her remember where she is at night and reminds her not to get up without calling for help. Our fall risk assessments for room 347 are the best they've been in months, better than pretty much anywhere else in the facility. Last week, I came in for my shift and I found a small, perfectly knitted blue square on the rocking chair. It wasn't there when the day shift did their evening rounds. I still have it in my locker, and I don't really know what to make of it. None of our current patients can knit. Sometimes when I'm doing my 3 a.m. rounds, I swear I can hear soft humming coming from 347. Old children's songs like "This Little Light of Mine," which I later learned was Darlene's favorite song to teach her kindergartners. The other night staff hear it too, but we don't really talk much about it. I mean, how do you document something like this in a medical chart? Edith seems to take it all in stride. This morning, when I was helping her with breakfast, she smiled and said, "Darlene finished another scarf last night. She says she only has 3 more students to knit for." The bed alarm still goes off sometimes, always at 2 a.m. At first we would rush in, but Edith had never moved. We don't really rush to respond anymore. We know it's just Darlene, getting up from her bed to sit in her rocking chair, watching over her newest roommate. I've seen a lot of deaths in this unit, but I've never experienced anything like this. Most of our patients who pass seem to move on, but maybe some of them stay, doing what they loved, helping in their own way. I'd like to think Darlene chose to stay because she never lost that teacher's instinct to care for others. Engineering is coming tomorrow to check the alarm system, again. I didn't tell them about the knitting or the humming. Some things are better left in the night shift report, or nowhere. To those asking, yes, Edith is still in 347 and doing remarkably well. The alarms still go off, but not as frequently. We've started leaving yarn in the rocking chair at night, and it's always neatly wound by morning. We left in a hurry by affectionate box 4743, posted to r/backwoods creepy in a comment. We were going camping in western Washington, and it was getting late. We weren't going to make it to our usual campsite, so my uncle mentioned that he knew of a lake not far off the freeway. My uncle had a box truck, and we were all going to sleep in it. There were 6 kids, along with my uncle and father. My dad was driving an old Bronco, with some of us with him. When we found the lake and parked, we kids went to bed in the box truck since it was close to midnight. My dad and uncle started a campfire and were chatting. I couldn't sleep and was chilling in my sleeping bag just listening to them talk. Suddenly, we started hearing wild noises, like chanting, followed by sounds that made the hair on the back of my neck stand straight up. I thought it was Bigfoot. My dad and uncle freaked out, and my dad got his pistol. They waited another 10 minutes, but the wild sounds just got louder. So they got everybody up, and we left in a hurry. They've spent a lot of time in the woods, and at that point, even though I was only 9, so had I. And they had never heard anything like this, and to this day, I haven't heard it again. I had never seen them that scared. We were all scared. I don't remember where the exact location was because, again, I was only 9 and this was the 80s, but it was really freaky. The sirens still sing in Port Hercule. I used to think Monaco was all about Formula One, casinos, and billionaires' yachts. But after what happened during my vacation last month, I've learned that even the most modern places can harbor ancient things. I mean, they named their port after Hercules for a reason, right? I'm a finance guy from Chicago, and I'd saved up for years to spend a week in Monaco. I got a decent room at the Port Palace Hotel, overlooking Port Hercule. The view was insane. Mega yachts everywhere, each one probably worth more than I'll make in my lifetime. My 3rd night there, I couldn't sleep. The weather was doing something weird. Dead calm, but with this strange mist rolling in from the Mediterranean. It was about 3 a.m. and I was standing on my balcony, watching the fog dance around the yachts. That's when I heard the singing. Look, I know how this sounds, but this wasn't like any singing I'd ever heard before. It wasn't even really in a language that I could recognize. More like pure emotion turned into sound. It seemed to be coming from the direction of the Rock of Monaco, where the old palace stands. I grabbed my phone to record it, but all I got was static. The singing was getting louder, and I felt this intense urge to get closer to it. Before I even knew what I was doing, I was in the hotel corridor, and then the lobby, and then out onto the street. The normally bustling port was completely empty. No security guards, no late-night partiers, no crew members on the yachts. Just that weird, ethereal singing, and the mist. As I walked toward the sound, I noticed something strange about the water in the port. It was glowing this faint, bluish green, like bioluminescence, but different. And that's when I saw her. At first, I thought it was just a swimmer, which would have been weird enough at 3 a.m. She was near one of the yacht moorings, just her head and shoulders above the water. Even through the mist, I could see that she was beautiful, but in a way that felt not quite right. Like when you see a deep-sea creature that's trying to look like a regular fish, but doesn't quite get it right. She smiled at me and started singing again. I felt myself walking toward the edge of the quay. Part of my brain was screaming that something was very wrong, but that voice seemed very far away. The water below me was full of that strange light now, and I could see more figures moving beneath the surface. Just as I was about to step off the edge, someone grabbed my arm. It was an old man in what looked like a traditional fishing outfit. He yanked me back hard and started yelling in Monégasque, the local dialect. The singing turned into a shriek that made my teeth hurt, and the light in the water went dark. The old man switched to French, then broke in English when he saw I was an American. He introduced himself as Jean-Pierre, a retired fisherman. He explained that what I'd seen were les sirènes, not the cute mermaids from movies, but the real deal. The ancient Mediterranean kind that lured sailors to their deaths. According to him, they've been in these waters since before Monaco existed. Usually they stay out in the deep water, but sometimes, when the conditions are just right, new moon, unusual fog, absolute calm, they come into the port. Modern boats and sonar keep them away most of the time, but they never really left. They adapt, he told me. Before, they sang of glory and battle, of treasure ships and adventure. Now they sing of Ferraris, of casino winnings, of luxury and excess. The song changes, but the hunger remains the same. Jean-Pierre's grandfather had taught him about them, showed him the signs to watch for. That unnatural fog, that too perfect calm, the way the city goes quiet except for the singing. He still patrols the port on nights like these, though most people think he's just a crazy old man. He showed me something on his ancient flip phone, a blurry photo of what looked like a woman in the water, except her eyes were reflecting like a cat's, and her smile was just a bit too wide, with teeth that looked more like a barracuda's than a human's. I spent the rest of my vacation researching Mediterranean folklore. Turns out the ancient stories about sirens in this region are way darker than anything Disney came up with. The old Greeks and Romans wrote about them as creatures of pure hunger, wearing beautiful faces to hide their true nature. The weird thing is, when I tried to check my hotel's security cameras to see how far I'd actually walked that night, they showed nothing but static from 3 a.m. to sunrise, and every recording app on my phone had crashed and wouldn't work again until I did a factory reset. I ran into Jean-Pierre again, my last night there. He was sitting at Café de Paris, watching the port. Asked me if I'd heard the singing again. When I said no, he nodded and said something that still haunts me. They don't call twice to the same person. If you hear them again, it means they're done playing with their food. I still love Monaco. I'm planning to go back next year, actually. But I booked a room facing the mountains this time, and if I hear singing at night, no matter how beautiful it is, I'm putting in earplugs and staying in my room until sunrise. Lights on the Trail by Responsible Public 15. Posted to r/backwoods creepy in a comment. One time, my best friend and I were camping by the lake and decided that we wanted to go on a night hike. It was about 30 minutes until sunset, and the trail was about 8 miles long. While we were walking, we saw these strange lights in the forest that looked like taillights, but we knew that there was no vehicle, and the woods were far too thick to drive a car into. So we decided to go a little off the trail to find them, and the lights just kept going deeper and deeper into the woods. Eventually, we decided to head back. But when we turned around, we didn't recognize where we were, and it was getting dark. We knew the lake was southwest, so we used the sun on the horizon to figure out our way back to the trail. By the time we reached it, we had been walking for about 20 minutes, but we were 6 miles in on the trail. It still blows my mind how we walked off the trail and somehow covered 6 miles in that short amount of time. To make it worse, the entire time we were walking through the woods, something was following us. We never saw what it was, and to make it a little bit less spooky, we kept joking about silly things it could be, like a puppy or a garden gnome, just so we didn't freak out. But in reality, we were both freaking out internally. It took us 2 hours to hike back to our camp. We still can't explain it. Mick disappeared. Okay, so I've been sitting on this story for like 2 months, because honestly, I still can't wrap my head around what happened. But I need to tell someone, and my roommate just rolls her eyes every time I bring it up. So here I am. I work nights at McDonald's, right off of I-95 in Savannah, Georgia. It's one of those 24-hour locations that gets all the drunk college kids and truckers at 3 a.m. I'm usually on drive-through because apparently I have the voice for it, whatever that means. So this happened on a Friday night, or technically Saturday morning, I guess, around 2:45 a.m. We were actually pretty busy, like 5 cars in drive-through, maybe 8 people eating inside. Mostly college kids from that university down the road. My coworkers Miguel and Jenny were working kitchen. Sarah was on the front counter, and our shift lead Kevin was doing his manager stuff in the office. I was in the middle of taking this guy's order. He wanted like 40 nuggets and was being super specific about the sauces, when my headset just died. Not like the battery died, but like complete silence. No static, no drive-through ambiance, nothing. I turned around to ask Kevin for new batteries, and that's when I noticed that everyone was gone. Like everyone. The college kids in the dining room, gone. Their food was still there, some fries scattered on the table, drinks still giving off little wisps of steam. Miguel, Jenny, Sarah, Kevin, all gone. I checked the kitchen and the office, empty. The cars in the drive-thru vanished without a trace. Even the cars in the parking lot had disappeared. But here's the thing. Everything else was exactly the same. The fryers were still bubbling. The ice cream machine was making its usual weird noises. Yes, ours actually works sometimes. All the lights were on. It was like someone had just deleted all the people and vehicles from the scene. I'm not proud of this, but I totally freaked out. I ran to the front door, but it was locked. I know that we never locked the doors during operation, but it was definitely locked. My phone had no signal, and when I tried to use the store phone, it just played this weird tone, like those emergency broadcast system tests, but not quite. It was almost like that if it were being played backwards, underwater. And then I started hearing the voices. They weren't coming from anywhere specific, more like they were coming from everywhere all at once. Have you ever heard those AI-generated voices? It was kind of like that, but overlapping. Some sounded like drive-through orders, but the words were all jumbled up. I'd like that to order a tomorrow extra with, please. Can I get a side of with reality static? That kind of stuff. The digital menu board started glitching out, showing weird combinations of menu items that don't exist. Prices were changing rapidly, showing symbols that weren't even numbers. The security cameras in the corners were all turning to look at me. And not only are they not supposed to move, they physically can't. I ended up hiding in the walk-in freezer of all places, because it was the only place that felt normal. I could still hear the voices, but at least there they were muffled. I sat there for what felt like hours, but I know it wasn't. It was probably just a couple of minutes, hugging my knees and watching my breath make clouds in the cold air. And then, just like that, everything snapped back. It was like someone had pressed play on a paused video. Suddenly I could hear the kitchen noise again, the drive-thru beeping, people talking. I ran out of the freezer, probably looking like a complete mess, and everything was normal. The college kids were at their tables, the cars were back in the drive-thru. My coworkers were all in their places. Kevin gave me a weird look and asked why I was shivering. According to him, I'd only been gone for maybe 30 seconds. But for me, it was at least 5 minutes, all told. He said that they had all assumed I was in the bathroom. I checked the security footage the next day. I told Kevin I thought somebody had stolen something to get access to it. The footage shows me standing at the drive-thru, then suddenly walking quickly to the freezer, and then coming out a few seconds later. Nothing else unusual. But here's the creepy part. In the footage, while I'm in the freezer, you can see the cameras moving to follow my path, even though they're fixed cameras that, again, cannot move. I still work there, same shift and everything, but sometimes when it's really quiet, I swear I can hear those voices in the drive-thru static. Every once in a while, I'll catch little glimpses of the menu boards showing those items that just don't exist, just for a split second. The weirdest part, ever since that night, the ice cream machine has worked perfectly, like hasn't broken down once. And if you know McDonald's, you know that that's pretty much a verified miracle. Anyway, that's pretty much the story. I just wanted to tell somebody. And since people usually ask, yes, none of my coworkers remember anything weird from that night. And yes, I tried to get copies of the security footage, but apparently there was a system update, and those files were accidentally deleted. Sure, Kevin. Sure.
There are lots of places in Texas that are haunted. The USS Lexington is haunted, especially the 3rd Medical Bay, and close to that, where it took combat fatalities. Torn down now, but in Corpus Christi, there was a weird house out by the abandoned hangar and soccer fields. I've been to all sorts of crazy places and never felt anything half as malevolent and evil. Just a damn empty house as far as I could tell. But I'm not sure if I would have gone inside during the daylight. I hate that place so much. Terlingua. I was taking photos in the abandoned church. Thousands of pictures on that camera. And only the 2 of the inside of the church turned out completely blue somehow. I also feel like I had a very coherent, if short, conversation with the ghost of a boy buried in the cemetery. Oxford Ranch. Felt really, really wrong. Like I was being hunted. Something out there wanted to hurt someone. I don't know what it was, if anything, but I was too anxious to sleep in my tent. Stayed up most of the night. Never ghost hunt alone, but that's the one place I highly recommend having backup if you go. I camp a lot, and that's the single worst vibe I've had, aside from that damn house in Corpus.
The Grim Walks at Night. I'm an American tourist who's been backpacking through rural Sweden for the past month. I love exploring old churches. The older and more remote, the better. My Instagram followers seem to enjoy the aesthetic of centuries-old stone and stained glass, so it was a win-win. But after what happened at the church in a village last week, which I won't name to keep it private, and honestly, to keep you safe, I haven't been able to bring myself to enter another one. I'd read about this particular church in some obscure travel blog.
It was built in the 1400s and supposedly had some unique medieval carvings. The blog mentioned that it was a bit off the usual tourist path, which was perfect for me. What it didn't mention was the local folklore about its guardian. The village was tiny, just a cluster of houses really, a small market, and the church on a hill overlooking everything. I stopped at the market to buy water and snacks. The elderly woman behind the counter, her name tag said Astrid, got really quiet when I mentioned that I was heading to the church. She started speaking rapidly in Swedish, but then switched to broken English when she saw my confusion. "Not good to visit church alone," she said, arranging and rearranging the same items on the counter. "Not without offering. The Kyrkogrim doesn't like visitors who come empty-handed." I smiled politely, assuming this was just local superstition. She insisted on giving me a small bundle of dried herbs and black bread, and refused payment. "Leave it north corner," she said, "where the first stone was laid, and leave before sunset. The Grim walks at night." I thanked her, but didn't think much of it. I had never heard of a Kyrkogrim before, and I had no intention of staying until sunset anyway. The church was about a 15-minute walk up a winding path. It was early afternoon, the sun bright and warm. Nothing spooky about it at all. The church itself was beautiful, all weathered gray stone and ancient timber. I spent about an hour taking photos of the carvings and architecture. I noticed there were no other tourists, which was unusual, even for a remote site. In fact, there wasn't a single other person around. I was setting up a shot of a particularly interesting gargoyle when my camera's battery died. Annoying, but I had a spare. Except that one was dead too, despite being fully charged that morning. My phone showed full battery, but wouldn't turn on. That's when I noticed how quiet it had gotten. No birds, no wind, nothing. The sun was still up, but the light had taken on a strange quality, like it was being filtered through smoked glass. The temperature had dropped noticeably. I heard it before I saw it. A sound like heavy stone grinding against stone, coming from the north corner of the church. At first I thought it was just the old building settling, you know? But then I saw the dog. Except it wasn't really a dog. It was dog-shaped, but made out of what looked like living stone, with eyes that glowed like embers. It was massive. Its shoulder would have come up to my chest if we were closer. Thank God we weren't. Its movements were wrong, too fluid for something made of stone. Too rigid for a living creature, though. It stood there, watching me, and suddenly I remembered everything that Astrid had said. The offering was still in my bag, untouched. The sun was getting lower. The creature, the Kyrkogrim, took a step toward me. Where its paws touched the ground, the grass turned gray and withered. The air became heavy, like before a thunderstorm, and I could smell ozone and old rock. I've never moved so fast in my life. I practically threw the bread and the herbs at the north corner and ran. Behind me, I heard that grinding stone sound again, followed by what might have been a satisfied grunt. I burst into the market, probably looking like I'd seen a ghost. Astrid took one look at me and started making tea while motioning for me to sit down. When I'd calmed down enough to speak, she explained about the church Grims, guardian spirits bound to churches, usually taking the form of dogs. Traditionally, they were created by burying a dog alive in the church foundations during construction, a horrible practice I wish I had never learned about. Their job was to protect the church from theft and desecration. "You are lucky," she said. Most who see the grim don't come down the hill. The last one was a thief, 10 years ago. They found him a week later, turned to stone among the gravestones." She showed me a book of old folklore. Church grims are apparently common in Scandinavian mythology, but this one was known for being particularly active. The villagers still leave offerings at the north corner every Sunday. I changed my travel plans after that. No more remote churches. But before I left, I went back to the market and bought a loaf of black bread. I left it at the north corner of the church, just in case. Through my zoom lens from a safe distance, I swear I saw something large and gray moving among the shadows, watching me leave. I've been doing research since then. Church grims are fascinating. They appear in folklore across Scandinavia and parts of England. They're supposed to ring the church bells before a death, appear to gravediggers, and protect consecrated ground. Some stories say that they're not malevolent unless provoked, just very serious about their job. The weird thing is, when I tried to find that travel blog again, it had disappeared, and none of my photos from that day came out. They're all completely black, except for one. It shows the north corner of the church, and there's something in the shadows, something large and gray and watching.
Strange Noise at 2 a.m. in Connecticut by ConnectMark5875, posted to r/paranormal. So the other night around 2 a.m., I was playing Valorant with a buddy, and I usually leave my window open with no screen so that I can smoke because I'm on the second floor. I have a noise-canceling headset that cancels out noise, not like AirPods or Bose headphones, but still pretty good, and I can't even hear my girlfriend talking when she's right next to me. She was not here when this happened, and everyone in my house was asleep. All of a sudden, I hear an extremely loud but deep-toned whistle that started low, like at a low pitch, and then shot up to a high pitch for a second and stopped. It was so loud that my microphone picked it up, and my friend actually heard it too. At first I thought it was coming from the game, until I saw my mic was picking it up. So I threw my headphones off, and it repeated the same whistle once more, for a total of 2 whistles. I stuck my head out the window with a flashlight. I didn't see or hear anything. I even whistled back, but nothing. Once I put my headset back on, my friend thought that I was messing with him and that it was me whistling. It literally sounded like it was in the room with me, not coming from outside. We do have coyotes and foxes here that come by often, but I've heard them right below my window with my headphones on before, and it was nowhere near that loud. And my mic didn't pick those up. Also, when it has been an animal, I can see it when I stick my head out the window, and I hear them running off into the woods, which is why I don't think that this was an animal. Does anyone know what it could have been? My Dudley Town story, posted to r/paranormal. First and foremost, I haven't told this story to many people because I've second-guessed myself over the years. But after reading a story that had dramatic similarities, I figured I had to tell mine. Dudley Town is real, and it is not to be messed with. I went there back in 1999 with Greg and Dave after fishing the Housatonic River all day. It was late afternoon, and we probably would have a couple of hours to explore before it got dark. Back around this time, you could still park at the trailhead and walk in easily.
I've been there twice, and the first time we went in through dark entry. This time, I decided to take the Bald Mountain entrance. On the hike in, it got eerily quiet, and we kept hearing a dog barking that never showed, even though it sounded like it kept getting closer. We walked off the trail near the well in the center of town, and were surrounded by thousands of frogs on the ground everywhere. They were all over the ground, and no matter where you stepped, you were either stepping on frogs or having them leaping at your legs. Nearby, a shadow darted off into the woods, spooking the hell out of me, since the sun was facing in the opposite direction, thus creating shadows opposite of the one that we saw. Between the shadow, the dog, and the frogs, we decided to leave. I jokingly and stupidly yelled, "Dudley Town is BS. F this place." Teenage idiocy. On the way out, our footprints in the trail were freshly wiped clean, and "Help me" was written in the sand. I assumed that Greg or Dave did it, but we were together the whole time. I got goosebumps, feeling like something was watching us. Mind you, I've grown up in the woods, and my family had a primitive hunting cabin in Goshen that I spent a lot of time at. I'm no stranger to being alone, deep in the woods, but this place just felt off. After leaving and getting home, I went to sleep and woke up violently ill, like profusely vomiting and unable to keep anything down. I went to the doctor. After multiple tests, the doctor said that I had a strain of food poisoning that he had actually never seen before. I was put on a liquid diet for a week and lost 15 pounds. About 2 weeks later, I felt better and never had any recurring issues related to it. Now, I am definitely a cynical skeptic. I don't believe in fairy tales and ghosts, but for the life of me, I cannot explain or make sense of that day, other than something supernatural occurred. There are no animals in Dudley Town. Little sun breaks through the trees, and there are known caves that go miles below the surface. I used to work with a guy named Bruce who lived in Kent, and he told me that there are hundreds of stories like mine and worse. He told me about seeing a child run off into the woods as he drove by Bald Mountain Road at night. I recently brought this up to Greg and Dave, and they both remember the story exactly the same as I do. Dave said that he went back once because paranormal activity is a curiosity of his, and more happened as well. He saw orbs and heard crying sounds that kept moving in the woods. Dave, like myself, is an avid outdoorsman and would recognize, say, a coyote or an owl. He said this thing sounded alien or demonic. Anyway, after 18 years, all three of us remember it exactly the same. From the dog to the frogs to the shadow running the wrong way to "Help me" written in the sand. Oh yeah, and both of them are adamant that neither of them wrote it, and I believe them because they were with me. They both asked me if I snuck off and did it, which I sure as hell didn't. I no longer live in Connecticut, and I hear access to Dudley Town has been prohibited. It's probably good, because there is definitely something strange about those woods. Someone walked up to our tent while dispersed camping, by Appropriate Diet 6019, posted to r/backwoods creepy. My boyfriend, Jason, 27-year-old male, and I, 23-year-old female, went on a month-long camping trip to multiple states. Everything had been going really well, until October 9th. We decided to ditch a campground reservation and randomly pitch our tent near Albion Basin within the Uinta Mountains, Alta, Utah, not far off the secret lake trailhead. We parked our car at about 3 p.m. at the Albion Basin campground, closed for the season. Admittedly, it was a little tense because this was our first dispersed camping attempt, and we had no proper backpacking gear. Upon arrival, we realized that the area we wanted to pitch our tent at was about 2 miles uphill. At this point, we started to express regret as we had planned a campsite in Nephi, Utah, that we decided to skip on a whim. After grumping around a bit and having a large lunch to avoid packing food, we packed our backpacks with the best gear that we had to get through the night, as it was going to be about 25 degrees Fahrenheit. We set out up the trail, seeing the occasional family or couple heading down the mountain. As we trudged on, we both started to feel strange, as if we didn't really even know why we were doing this, as if we should have just gotten a hotel, instead of trying to play backpackers for the night. But we both felt like we had something to prove, I guess, so we continued. Fast forward, we made it up to Secret Lake. Totally empty, so nothing like the pictures. Disappointing and eerie. Whatever, we keep hiking up and up, in an attempt for seclusion and flat land, when we stumble across a decent space. I see a small cave in the distance, and point it out to Jason to deliberate if it's a hell no kind of situation. But after he checked it out, he says it seems like a small animal crawl space. No big deal. We set up as nightfall was quickly approaching. Play some cards, bundle up, and decide to go to bed early at about 8:30 p.m., as we plan to leave as soon as possible in the morning, maybe 5 a.m. We both dwindle slowly, and after what feels like about 30 minutes, I woke up abruptly. It was 11:24 p.m. I woke up with a feeling that I have never experienced before. I woke up wide awake, scared but unprovoked, and as if there was no way in hell I was going to fall back asleep, when I always sleep through the night. Jason was asleep, so I just let him be, and I just lie there, alert, trying to listen to anything I could hear, which was nothing. It was very silent. Around 12 a.m., Jason woke up, stirring, much to my delight, as I did not want to feel alone anymore. I told him I couldn't sleep, but he suggested I just rest my eyes as we were leaving early in the morning. I agreed, initially not wanting to be a baby, and say that I was actually very scared. This was very short-lived, as Jason could not fall back asleep himself, and we ended up laying there together, trying to sleep, when I ended up blurting out that I was scared. We agreed it was fine for us to just stick it through the night, as it was now approaching 2:30 in the morning. We had a small axe and a pellet gun for protection, so I guess I didn't need to be frightened. Not even 5 minutes later, we're still wide awake, and Jason's head perks up so fast my heart jumped out of my chest. I whispered, "What is it?" He replied, "Listen." And I kid you not, we distinctly heard the sound of gravel crunching under boots, as if somebody walked up to our tent, stopped, and then walked away to my side of the tent. I felt the blood drain out of my face in an instant. In real time, this all occurred in no more than 10 seconds. But my mind flashed a million thoughts, and for a millisecond, I was convinced it was a ranger coming to tell us that we could not camp there. So I called out, "Hello?" My brain entirely sure that what I had heard was human footsteps. Within 2 to 3 seconds of hearing the footsteps, Jason grabbed the gun and barreled out of the tent for any chance to confront this person, as I knew he had heard exactly what I had heard. Nothing. There was nothing there. As soon as Jason bust out of the tent and me after him, there was just nothing there. We heard something walk up so clearly, but nothing walked away. We hardly exchanged 2 words, packed up our stuff, looking over our shoulders, terrified, feeling watched, and booked it down the mountain with only moonlight guiding our way, too scared to turn on our flashlights. It was the worst 20 to 30 minutes of my life, half expecting to look over my shoulder and find somebody following us. When we made it to our car, we locked the doors and started the descent out of the mountains, almost speechless and scared out of our minds. At this point, we reached town at about 3:30 in the morning and slept in a well-lit parking lot of a grocery store. We have obviously since discussed what happened that night, and were both haunted by the sound of those footsteps.
So, my husband and I, native Texans, decided to go on a staycation for our anniversary and stayed in the Emily Morgan Hotel. Now, for those who don't know, the hotel is right next to the Alamo and was, for a while, a hospital with a known psychiatric wing. It's a beautiful hotel, and I highly recommend it for anyone in the San Antonio area. However, when we were staying there, we had two strange things happen. The first was one night, quite late, while I was bathing. All of a sudden, some jazz marching band-style music started playing. My husband and I both listened and couldn't tell where it was coming from. Not all that strange, but we never could find a source for it. Then, every time we began getting intimate, out of nowhere, we would smell an old cigarette smell. It was literally only when things were starting to get intimate. We were there for a few days and talked to the hotel staff, who had quite a few stories from over the years. My favorite one, she told us, was about Halloween night. A woman checked in, alone, with a Ouija board. She apparently ran screaming from the room an hour later. Never checked out or anything, just ran out of the hotel and didn't come back. As I'm sure some of you are aware, the hunting season for white-tailed deer is about to start this weekend. I'm a 25-year-old female, and I've been spending a decent chunk of time in the stand with my partner, in life, and in most ventures generally, because we've discovered that hogs have been rooting up the oats and generally causing havoc, scaring away the deer from the feeder. We've gone out a handful of times in the last 2 weeks, attempting to catch the miscreants at it. So far, no luck. Very frustrating. At any rate, because of the hogs, I've been spending more time in a stand after dark than I ever have in my life. We've been up there from 9 p.m. to 1 a.m., 10 p.m. to 2 a.m., 9 p.m. to 11 p.m., and every other weird time slot you can think of. I mention this just in case it's relevant or helps paint a picture. There have been a few things that have happened that I've struggled to explain away or rationalize, and my partner is out of ideas too. The first thing happened about a week and a half or 2 weeks ago. It was around 1 or 2 in the morning, with a decent chunk of moon illuminating the area. I was only half paying attention to my surroundings because I'd already written the night off as a bust, when all of a sudden, I became aware of a weird, whirring, flapping sound. I thought it originated from somewhat behind me, but my partner said he heard it coming from away and to the front left of us. At any rate, it was loud, airborne, and passed quickly over us and away. I am very familiar with the sound drones make, and this wasn't it. It also wasn't a helicopter. The sound was too small, if that makes sense. And it wasn't a bird. It sounded too mechanical. It was flying very low, probably just above the tree line. We couldn't see anything. The second thing happened about a week ago. We weren't in the stand, but it was weird and out of the norm, so I'll mention it. We live on the same property that the stand is on. It was around 9 or 10 at night, when all of a sudden, there was a distant boom, like an explosion, which hit our home like a thud. If you've ever spent any time around heavy artillery or explosives, you'll know what I mean. It was strong enough that my sister-in-law, who lives down the road, called us asking what the hell had just happened. It could have been a natural gas explosion, but the weird part is that my partner did some internet digging. and a local emergency management website had posted asking for any info on an unknown explosion back in 2016, during the same time of year. We still have no clue what it was. And then lastly, tonight, we were out in the stand once again. It's gotten cold, and we've had a ton of rain all day, so everything was damp and dripping. We went out at 10, and it was about 10:30. I was preoccupied with trying to keep my fingers and toes warm when suddenly I became aware of a weird murmuring. My partner heard it too, but he has hearing damage, so I don't think he heard the full breadth of the tones. To me, it kind of sounded like muffled voices off in the distance, like several someone's having a conversation too far off to make out the individual words. But the direction the sounds were coming from doesn't have any buildings or dwellings. It's just woods. And there were several different tones. My partner said it kind of sounded like a cow moaning, but not quite. There are cattle in the area, and we hear them vocalizing all the time. This wasn't that. And there isn't any grazing land in the vicinity of the sound's origins. They carried on for maybe 30 seconds, slightly rose in a crescendo, and then died off and faded away completely. I want to stress how indistinct these sounds were. If I hadn't been listening intently, I don't know if I would have heard it. All of this, coupled with the general gut feeling I have whenever I'm out in the dark alone, has me wondering. I don't necessarily feel endangered, just generally watched and noticed. I have very good instincts, and I try to listen to them. I'd love to know what y'all think. There may be rational explanations for all these phenomena. All I know is, I don't want to be another hunter with another creepy story, but I feel like I'm starting to see a bell curve emerge.
Not What I Thought It Was by Amazing Shot, posted to r/backwoods creepy. Some of my good friends and I were going to hike in 5 miles on a Friday, fish an inaccessible section of the river for a state record, and hike out Sunday. I say it's inaccessible because the whole river gets pushed into a canyon for 3 miles, and the only way you can fish it is to stay in the water, occasionally swimming between holes. Well, something happened and they couldn't come down until Saturday morning. I hiked in alone, made sure the trail was marked well for them, set up camp in the afternoon, and took off for the river to catch supper. I fished a few holes below camp to catch supper and ended up catching 4 over 20 inches. I cooked them up in a frying pan that I kept hidden back there, and the sky started clouding up. Long, black, rolling clouds with a touch of green. I double-checked my tarps, dug a shallow ditch around camp, and made sure that my tarp was hung well over the fire. And then it came all of a sudden. It was blowing sideways, but I didn't worry. I know how to build a strong shelter. I broke out the bottle of bourbon that I rolled into the center of my bedroll, leaned back in my hammock, and watched it just pour down. The lightning was constant, and it started to crack all around me. I had a good view as twilight was starting of the tracks across the river. With a boom, I watched lightning strike the tracks and run right up the rails for 50 yards. I took a few long drinks out of the bottle and dozed off as the storm calmed down to a drizzle. I awoke to the steady dripping of rain falling off the timber of a storm long since past in the pitch black. The fire had died down to just a glow of hot coals, and I didn't set my lantern out in the rain. I dug in the pocket of my hammock for my flashlight. I had the sense to put my pistol and my flashlight before I dozed off in my hammock. As I was rolling out of my hammock, I heard a sound in front of me within 15 yards, and then a squeal to my right, and a growling or purr. I soon heard it all around me. The hairs started standing up on my neck, as I couldn't place what kind of creatures would make all those sounds or could be that numerous. I sat really still, waiting on a moment for whatever it was to stop, when I could spot it with my flashlight and my gun. I turned on my light, and I saw eyes through the sights of my gun. Tons of eyes, about half a foot, sitting on the moss squalling. And then I smiled. In my buzzed and sleepy state, I had left the remainder of my fish sitting in the skillet on the rocks beside the fire, and an entire family of raccoons had sniffed them out. I took a few minutes to stoke the fire up with some dry pine, took the skillet full of fish, and threw them just out of sight of the light of camp. With one loud clack, the mama called all the little ones to eat. The fire kept them scared to come any closer, but they must have been hungry. I dozed back off in the hammock. The next morning I woke up and walked to where I had thrown the fish. They had cleaned up every fin, every bone, every drop of grease, and moved on with full bellies. I'm just glad that it was raccoons, and not whatever my brain thought it might have been before I figured it out.
Babysitting Today by Court LM06, posted to r/paranormal. I'm going to give a little background first before I get into my experience today so that you all can better understand. My partner and I are good friends with another couple that we often go over to hang out with. We will call them Ashley and David. We go to their house about twice a week, and nothing out of the ordinary ever happens. We usually just hang out and talk for hours with a few beers. David has mentioned a few times that he has seen Ashley's deceased brother around the house. Ashley always rolls her eyes and says that she doesn't believe in things like that. Ashley took her brother's passing very hard, and she was very close with him. Fast forward to today. Ashley has a son, and we will call him Adam. She called me and asked me to watch him since he was homesick from school while she goes to work. I agreed and came straight over. Everything was normal. Adam was at the dining room table, and he was playing a game on the laptop, still in his pajamas. He's a great kid, never complains or gives anyone any trouble. I went to the restroom, which is down the hallway past the living room. This bathroom shares a wall with the master bedroom and its bathroom wall. So as I'm doing my business, I heard the water turn on and off twice from that bathroom, followed by talking. I can hear what sounds like two people talking very fast, but it was muffled. I didn't think too much of this. I figured Adam must have wandered in there with the two dogs. He's 9, and he talks to the dogs sometimes like they're real people, as most kids do. I came out of the bathroom to find him still in the same position at the kitchen table, and the dog sleeping on the couch. I asked him, "Hey buddy, did you go into your mom's bathroom and have the water on?" He looked puzzled and said, "No, I haven't left this table and I don't go in there." I then went to the kitchen sink and noticed it was dry, so the water I heard being turned on had to come from the master bathroom. What about the talking I heard? I chalked it up to maybe the next door neighbors. A few hours go by and Adam is on the couch with me, watching TV as well as the dogs. I start hearing things being moved in the master bedroom. It's almost like someone is cleaning up, picking up things and setting them back down, maybe like they were dusting. The dogs then start to bark and run to the master bedroom door. This repeated every half hour or so until David came home. I explained my experience, and he just smiled and nodded. I asked him what he was smiling about, and he said, Ashley's brother's ashes are in the bedroom, and she recently got the ashes of her stepdad from her sister. She just mixed the ashes. I'm sure that's the talking you heard. Her brother and stepdad. They used to sit in the garage together and just chatter through the night. At this point, I'm creeped out. David is glad that someone believes him now. I told Ashley about my experience, but she refuses to believe any of it. I personally think she's in denial, which I don't blame her. It's scary stuff and hard to believe, unless you've experienced it for yourself. I've never seen anything paranormal, and I hope I never do, because just hearing things gives me enough chills to last a while. Deja Vu in Simferopol, Crimea by Cat Atonic. So one time in Simferopol, Russia, or more accurately Ukraine, the first time I ever traveled there, I was 19. I found a bar that was so cool. Anyways, I met a girl there and we went back to her flat and hooked up. Fast forward 6 years. Same exact bar. Met another girl, went home with her, but it wasn't another girl. It was the same one from 6 years earlier. I didn't even realize it was her until we went back to her apartment. We did our thing and I left with my hair standing up. Here's the kicker. She spoke Ukrainian, I didn't. So I don't even know if she recognized me, and I couldn't ask her, so... Then there was a guy named Nikolai. I met him on both trips as well. The first time I met him at a bar, and the second time I ran into him on some side street one day when I visited for the second time. This is the biggest city in Crimea, with a population of 332,000 people. What are the chances of this happening twice? Very strange. Experience Working at a Hospital by JustinCase1010, posted to r/paranormal. So a couple years ago, I worked at a hospital as security, and part of the security duties for the second shift was to lock all the doors downstairs in the basement of the hospital. The type of things down there ranged from offices, supply rooms, bathrooms, and, of course, the morgue. We would also have to check the refrigeration temperature inside the morgue to make sure that it was running properly, but that's not important to this story. So one night, I go down to the basement, which is basically a big rectangle. I locked all the doors, and just as I was going to make a right to take the stairs up, I noticed someone walk out of the corner in what looked like blue scrubs, take about 5 steps into one of the doors I had locked, and then just vanish. They didn't open the door or anything, they just walked right through it. As security, I couldn't just brush this off, because recently we had people steal from the supply room, so I had to check it out, especially since it was after hours. As I walked up to the door, I immediately got goosebumps, because this specific door was an automatic locking door that can only be accessed by ID clearance. 2, I didn't see the individual pull out an ID, which you would have to do to get in. You pull out your ID, you scan, you wait for the green light to pop up, and then you open the door. I literally just saw somebody take about 5 steps into the door, like it was wide open, which it wasn't. At first, I thought maybe it was, which is why I didn't immediately think ghost. This door automatically locks and closes itself, so that didn't happen. So I think to myself, well, if somehow someone accessed the door after hours, they aren't allowed to, so this might be the person stealing the stuff.
If a nurse or someone needs to go to the supply room, they call security, and security escorts them because of stealing incidents. So I pulled out my ID, scanned it, and opened the door. I walked in and saw nobody. Then I opened all the closet doors just to confirm that nobody was hiding, and then immediately got out of there because I was now 100% sure that I just saw a ghost. Later that night, I got a call from the ER department to escort a nurse down to the supply room. I escorted her down to the basement into the supply room and told her what I had seen earlier. She shuffled through some boxes in the supply room and pulled out the exact same looking light blue scrubs that I saw the ghost wearing. I was like, yeah, that's it. She goes, these aren't scrubs. They were actually the blue gowns that patients wear inside the hospital. So what I saw that night was a patient's ghost walking around the basement. After this experience, I definitely believe in ghosts and the afterlife. To this day, I kind of kick myself for not looking at the cameras that night. The Phantom Neighbors. This happened a week ago, and my whole family is still kind of freaked out by it. Our last upstairs neighbors moved out about 6 months ago, and the house had been empty until about 2 months ago. We can pinpoint that time as when we first noticed the presence of our new neighbors. We were close with the first family who had lived there. They were tenants, moving out because they had bought a house of their own. We had even helped them with the process. This is important because I clearly remember my mother asking them on their last day if the original owner had found someone else to rent it out to, and they replied that he hadn't, as far as they knew. We had never met the owner. What happened next was all the more surprising, because we never saw a moving truck or any of their belongings being unloaded. We just chalked it up to our own ignorance. After all, we lived in a huge apartment complex. These things happen. Fast forward a month later, and we were already annoyed by their presence. We would hear loud footsteps, both running and walking, in the middle of the night, sometimes extending into the wee hours of the morning. There were the creaks of heavy furniture being dragged, scurrying noises, as if there was an animal with them, and on some particularly bad days, even steel vessels being dropped, a ball being dribbled, a glass marble bouncing, or the ringing sound of a coin hitting the ground before it settled. There were many other sounds we couldn't identify, but you get the idea. And in case you haven't figured it out yet, the walls are pretty thin. Then, last week, on a particularly chilling night, it was about 11 p.m. when we heard the first set of knocks. Just 3 quick taps, one after the other. You wouldn't have heard them unless you were really quiet. They didn't sound like someone knocking with their fist, but more like someone using an object to tap the floor repeatedly. When the first set came, we were surprised. It was pretty late, and we weren't expecting anyone. Everyone was home. We waited a while, and when we didn't hear anything again, we shrugged it off, thinking it was either a prank or a mistake, and went back to what we were doing. For context, we weren't in the living room near the front door. We were at the other end of the house, so these knocks were louder than what you would expect from someone at the front door. Half an hour later, we heard another set of knocks, this time 5 of them. Each one was strangely drawn out and heavier, and that's when we realized they were coming from upstairs. Now, you have to understand, this didn't faze us at all. They had been habitually noisy, so while we did freeze for a moment or two to see if we could hear them again, when they didn't come, we just carried on. Around this time, my parents started talking about how this was their last straw. The next time they moved, they'd make sure to blast it on our building's WhatsApp group. The next and final set of knocks came about an hour later, only 2 this time, but they didn't sound like knocks. They sounded more like sacks of beets being dropped. I think I even heard something tiny roll after the second one. By then, it was around 12:30 in the morning, and my mother had really had enough. She did what she promised and posted a message in the group, calling out our neighbors for being rude, inconsiderate, and inconveniently loud, and then went to sleep. This is where things took a weird turn. My mom woke up to a flood of messages asking who she was talking about. One lady who lived on the same floor as our neighbors told my mom that nobody had moved in there after the last tenants left. When we heard this, we were all alarmed and upset. I mean, the 4 of us couldn't have imagined the same thing, right? My father completely flipped and banged on their door countless times, but no one answered. We considered the possibility of squatters, but we could never verify that, since the owner wasn't in town, and we'd be breaking and entering if we tried to see for ourselves. We were still convinced it was real and had a perfectly rational explanation. But after that day, we didn't hear a single noise, and paranoia set in. Now we're always on guard, waiting for them to slip up. It's been a week now, and I can't tell if we just experienced the weirdest glitch for 2 whole months, or what. So make of it what you will. Nobody believes us. Some even questioned why we put up with it for so long, if we truly believed they were a nuisance. I guess we have high tolerance? We didn't want to make waves? I don't know, we just figured they would settle in. But apparently, they don't even exist. The Mahar Encounter by Bug Dark. I went hiking on the Mahar Trail off the Appalachian Trail near Wintergreen, Virginia, with a Bigfoot witness who wanted to show me the spot where he had his experience. We were night hiking in the late summer. The trail had all sorts of inexplicable stick structures. Despite there having been a severe storm 2 weeks prior, some of the deadfall assemblies just could not be written off as chance. A good bit down the trail, we stopped to refill our water at a creek. About 20 yards into the forest, we noticed a red, amberish light floating about 15 feet off the ground. It was about the size of a cantaloupe, maybe? We stood and stared at it for about 10 seconds, talking about it. My partner told me that it was an orb and that it could hear us talking about it. When he said that, it floated downward behind the cover of thick brush on the forest floor. I saw it again briefly as we continued to hike the trail. With all that happening, I started to think maybe this really was Sasquatch territory. I'd seen strange deadfall, but never the fabled spook lights until that night. That's what my friend called them. Now I was expecting rocks to be tossed in our direction, or to hear some kind of vocalization. We kept hiking, talking loudly to each other about the big hairy man of the forest. And around midnight, we heard it. A deep, guttural, hey, 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 from the thick brush nearby. The voice sounded nearly 25 feet away, and we stopped to face it. Headlamps on, we couldn't see anything. I was shaking in my boots. I really thought this was going to be my too close for comfort encounter. Remembering the advice I'd heard from people on the internet who talk about this stuff, I spoke up. It's okay. We're just passing through. My partner reiterated, It's okay. A voice from the brush replied, All right,
Then it went silent, like it was going back to sleep. I'm pretty sure it was just some dude who pitched his tent nearby. I mean, that's the obvious conclusion, right? He was either messing with us because he heard us talking about the Sasquatch, or we woke him up in a state of panic. Either way, it was an interesting experience.
The Doppelganger Incident by Buckshot 1102. I'll try to give as much detail as possible without making this go on for too long. This happened back in the summer of 2015 when I was serving in the United States Army Reserves. I was stationed in southern Alabama in a transportation company. Sometimes my girlfriend would come with me on drill weekends, and we would crash at a friend of hers apartment, which is where this incident took place. This particular weekend, we were in a large convoy in the middle of nowhere, on some back road deep in the woods, well over 100 miles from the city. That was when I got the most confusing, bizarre, and downright creepy phone call of my then young life. My girlfriend was in utter hysterics. She was crying and screaming, wondering why I had frightened her so badly, asking what the hell my problem was and how I even pulled it off. After I finally calmed her down, this is the story she relayed to me. Sometime that afternoon, her friend was at work, and she was at the apartment by herself. Suddenly, there was a loud bang on the door. Not a knock, but several loud, violent bangs. After looking through the peephole, she saw me, but there was something off. She says I was wearing my army uniform, it looked like me, but I had this very angry, aggravated look on my face. She opened the door, wondering why I was home so early, and apparently, without saying a word, I angrily brushed past her, shoulder-checking her into the wall. I quickly walked down the hall, took a left into the bedroom, and slammed the door behind me so hard that the whole place shook. She was alarmed and confused about why I was home so early and in such an agitated state. This was so out of character for me. I'm not a violent guy at all. On top of that, if something had happened to set me off, she would have been the first to know. She was walking behind me, trying to get some information out of me, when she opened the bedroom door behind me that I had just closed and saw the closet door slam shut. She rushed over to see what I was doing in her friend's closet, and when she opened the door, it was completely empty. That's when she had a panic attack and called me. Imagine my shock and confusion when I heard this story, knowing that I was well over 100 miles away at the time. She finally believed me after I sent her a photo with my current GPS location, which only served to freak her out more. I thought there must be some kind of rational explanation for what she saw. I'll be honest, she did smoke a little devil's lettuce here and there, but at the time, I know she was sober. She didn't mess around with hard substances or drink, and she had no mental illness of any kind. Over the years since that happened, I came to learn about doppelgangers. I don't know what they mean, what they represent, or why they appear. All I know is that they're creepy as hell, and a girl I dated for several years came face to face with mine. It put the fear of God into her. Take from this story what you will. Honestly, I don't care if anyone believes it or not. I just had to get it off my chest. The Backwoods Mystery by Bionic Gimpster. I got a message from someone who read my story on another sub, and they suggested I post it here. I hadn't heard of Backwoods Creepy before, but I think this story qualifies. I've included my edits and replies to the original comment. I was backpacking with my dog and about 12 miles from the road and trailhead, so pretty far from people, though it was popular enough that other hikers might be around. That being said, we saw no one all day. At about 2 a.m., my dog started this really low, deep growl and woke me up. I turned on my headlamp and saw his teeth showing as he was right on top of me. I hear heavy footsteps, maybe a black bear, a moose, near the tent. I leash my dog so he doesn't tear through the tent, and the footsteps move farther away but keep circling my tent. All of my food and toiletries were hung in a tree in a bear bag. Nothing in the tent to draw a bear's attention. I clap my hands, but something is still slowly circling. Not something a moose would do, and a bear might if he wanted food, but I've got nothing, and a really big dog with me. I decide to step out of the tent with the leash in one hand and bear spray in the other, yelling, "Hey bear! Hey bear!" The footsteps stop. My dog's nose is in the air, telling me to look right, but I don't see anything in the light of my headlamp. I didn't hear anything run off, but it's quiet. I give it about 5 minutes, get back in the tent, and it starts up again, slowly circling maybe 50 feet from me. Maybe an hour later, I hear the footsteps wander off into the woods. At dawn, I take the dog and the bear spray and start looking for tracks. I find a clear path in the leaves that had been trampled, but no tracks. The dog's nose is on the ground, and I follow his lead. We eventually find a few human footprints. Not shoe tracks, just regular-sized bare human feet. Plus, a human turd and toilet paper. Some a-hole was wandering around in the middle of nowhere near the tent and circling my tent for an hour or more, and then left a dump for me to find. I wanted to address some common questions and themes from my original post that came up and just add them to the story here. Number 1, hiking and backpacking are incredibly safe. I've been doing this for decades, and this is the only weird experience I have ever had. The hiking community is incredibly friendly. The trails have become more crowded since the pandemic, and you can definitely see more people on trails and less trail courtesy. Also, I was very far away from civilization. Bad guys don't hike 12 miles to do harm, and I'm pretty sure they don't carry toilet paper. The only incident I know of was an emotionally disturbed person who stabbed 2 hikers in an Adirondack shelter somewhere in the southern part of the Appalachian Trail 5 or 6 years ago. I've hiked thousands of miles without a single dangerous human interaction. Number 2, I don't personally hike with a gun. They're too much weight to add for me on long multi-day hikes. I'm hiking in the Northeast, and the biggest predators to fear are black bears, coyotes, and bobcats. All of those are afraid of humans, especially this far from civilization. If I were in mountain lion, grizzly, or wolf territory, I would carry a gun. Moose are scary and huge and are not afraid of anything, especially in the fall rut period when testosterone kicks in. You need a really big caliber gun to stop a moose from charging, and that's a heavy gun. I've crossed paths with a moose 3 or 4 times, but they're so big you can usually hear them crashing around long before you see them. I've never had a stare down, but my plan has always been that bear spray would disorient them enough for me to find someplace safe. The biggest predator? Humans, but see point 1 above. What I think happened? As much as I'd love to say it was a young Sasquatch, a skinwalker, or a Wendigo, as suggested in former replies, I'm guessing it was a disoriented backpacker who left their tent to crap and got confused. I was hiking a somewhat popular long loop trail, and I believe someone was probably hiking the opposite way and stopped to camp somewhere on the trail ahead of me. I was backwoods camping, not at a campground. Regulations are that you need to be 200 feet off the trail and into the woods to set up a camp. So they could have been a quarter mile ahead on the trail, and I wouldn't have known unless they were noisy. The most likely explanation is that they were heavily under the influence got up to do their business and got lost on their way back to their tent. They found my site, approached my tent, realized it wasn't theirs, and tried to find their way back to camp. Then they heard my dog and me yelling to scare off a bear, and either thought we were a risk to them, or they were just too lit to answer back. The circle around my camp was several hundred feet, and my tent wouldn't have been visible for most of the loop. I was camping between several spruce trees. And no, I didn't get back to sleep. I couldn't get back to sleep. It was late September, and sunrise was around 6 a.m. When we found the pile, I relaxed. I really didn't think there would be anyone nearby, as we were in a very tough area to get to, requiring going over 2 mountain summits from my direction and 6 other mountains in the other direction. The total hike was about 40 miles, and we were going to be out for 3 nights and 4 days. And after I realized it was a human, my first assumption was that there was a lost hiker. I texted a friend who does search and rescue in the area to see if there were any reports of lost or overdue hikers. If there had been, I would have had my dog try to follow that trail to see if I could find their campsite. As no one was missing, we broke camp and went on our way. Given all of this, though, at the time, before I realized what it was pretty creepy.
Alabama Got Ghosts by Pandaroo42. My husband's parents live in a tiny town in Alabama. They've lived there for a long time, and we went to visit them a few years back, excited to get out of town for a bit and see some different scenery. His sister was graduating college, and we were going to go celebrate. She is also an avid ghost hunter and a believer, so when I told her about some of my experiences, she was excited to take me to some of the haunted locations around town. Cemeteries, old abandoned houses, and even a Hell's Gate, which we didn't actually end up going to, as I told her I had a bad feeling and refused. We drove around almost all night, just looking at different locations and talking about the history of the town. A lot of residual energy and weird feelings as we went to different places. We came to a cemetery in a new portion of town. Fancy houses surrounded it on 3 sides. On the 4th side was a small canyon area of land. Nothing really felt off. The cemetery was new and didn't have many headstones yet. It was fenced off with ornate wrought iron fencing. We didn't see anything lurking, no shadows darting from tree to tree or headstone to headstone. It was just there. After walking around to the open side where there were no houses, I asked his sister, let's call her Beth, why there were no houses on this one side, and she shrugged, saying they stopped building months ago, even though this was supposed to be a new subdivision. They had purchased all this land and probably needed to figure out how to build it up, since, like I said, it was very canyon-like. We decided to get a closer look at the canyon area, although we couldn't see much since it was dark, and our only light came from the streetlights. We had walked far enough to be outside of what they illuminated. Far off in the distance, I saw what looked like a campfire. I pointed it out, but no one else saw it. Beth began to have a sinking feeling, and before she could say anything, I started getting a massive headache. I heard pounding like drums and got flashes of images in my head of indigenous people dancing around a big fire. The night sky seemed blacker and darker than it had been before. Beth grabbed my arm and said, "We need to leave." My husband was already halfway to the car. As I turned back to the canyon, it was almost like I had a twinge of fear run up my spine and a shiver. So we ran back to the car. As we drove away, I could feel this black mass following our car as we drove the winding streets back to the main road. It felt big and foreboding, like it was flying behind us. I started to panic and felt my throat and chest tighten. Once we crossed the main road, it was almost like it couldn't follow us past that point. But I could feel it, watching us as we continued back to his parents' house. I asked Beth if she saw anything, but she refused to talk about it. None of us slept that night, and my headache didn't subside until morning. I did some research on the area the next day, and found out it was home to the Chickasaw Indian tribe back in the day. I have Blackfoot and Choctaw blood, and later thought that maybe since I was from a neighboring tribe or something, they didn't want me there. We've never spoken of it since. Supernatural Experiences in Prague by Mood Science. Has anyone traveled to a different country and had an experience? I've had many experiences throughout my life, and occasionally, while I live in a foreign country, I'll have an encounter unlike anything I've experienced back home, but it's very rare. I'm currently in Prague, Czech Republic, and I've been here since the end of October. I usually rent an apartment while I travel, like an Airbnb, and I've never had any issues with any apartment in the past. This is my 5th visit to Prague. I know Prague is rich in history, especially when it comes to ghosts, dark history, and the supernatural. Within the first few days in my apartment, my cousin, who also has experiences back home, sent me an article about lemons. Maybe you've seen this floating around the internet. The trick is apparently to place lemons where you have unexplained activity, and if the lemons turn green and moldy, they've absorbed the negative energy. I didn't really pay any attention to that at first, but I did buy lemons for cooking, and within 72 hours, they had turned green in a way that I have never seen before. I understand things can mold, but I've never seen a lemon turn that fast. It could be just a bad batch of lemons though, right? Then the following week, I was waiting for the shower to heat up. It was one of those instantaneous water heaters common in Europe. As I was watching the water run, a black blob of a shadow, about the size of a large grapefruit or small melon, came out of the shower head and fell to the floor. It was like dropping a grapefruit, similar speed and splat when it hit the ground. When it landed on the shower floor, it seemed to morph or melt from its circular shape into liquid form and slithered down the drain. I've never seen black blobs like this. Has anyone else? Are they ominous? In my experience, most shadow figures or shadowy things are not friendly. Then 2 weeks ago, I was laying in bed reading. I'm a bit of a night owl. Thankfully, I've found Reddit. I looked up from my iPad, and there was a white mist floating over me and going out the bedroom door. I've never seen mist before, but I have been attacked by a bubble-like entity that would hover over me when I slept and tried to strangle me. This mist was very white, light-moving, and didn't seem ominous at all. I rolled over to tap my husband to wake up. Not that he ever sees any of this and doesn't like that I believe in it. And there were massive white wings, like flapping, over his side of the bed. They were absolutely stunning and beautiful. I could see the feathers in such detail, but I couldn't see where the wings joined or what they were attached to. The wings started to ascend, went up to the 12-foot ceiling, and disappeared. Between reading and surfing on my iPad, I was silently talking to my mother, who passed away 2 years ago. We are in Prague for a type of fertility treatment that isn't offered in our home country. We've been trying for almost 6 years, and we've had 5 miscarriages. We've done IUI, IVF, etc. I was begging her to let this time be our time. I rarely receive signs from her, which I find frustrating because when her dad passed away, she could literally command a sign at any time, and he would send one. I've always been upset that she wouldn't do the same for me. Was this my mom?
Was the incident with the mist and the wings her? We found out this week that we are indeed pregnant, but the real test is whether this pregnancy sticks, as the others didn't. One thing I find most intriguing about this apartment, though, is a locked room. It has a sign on it saying, "Private." I'm nosy, so I tried all of our keys, but none of them opened this locked door. It's an old door with an old-style long skeleton key lock. During the day, I can look through the keyhole into the room, and there has to be a window because the room is super bright. Initially, I thought the owners used it for storage. You know, extra bedding, cleaning supplies for when cleaning between rentals. But it's not. It's a child's room. There's bunk beds and other furniture. This creeped me out. It looks relatively untouched, like it could be used at any time. Now I'm wondering if something happened here and the owners are renting it out because they can't part with these memories. I could be totally reading too much into it, and maybe I am. Maybe these experiences aren't related to me. They're related to the apartment. Has anyone else had experiences while pregnant? Did you find the experiences were less or more intense? I know I'm paranoid, but I've always been very cautious and try to close down experiences when I'm pregnant out of fear of harm. I'm happy these experiences weren't terrifying. It's been so quiet for me the past while, and I was quite shocked when things started picking up. Thanks for listening. Any thoughts on the above experiences are always welcome. The Battle House Renaissance Hotel Experience by Alcora02. So I spent most of the summer of 2020 going on road trips and hiking and all that fun stuff. At the time, I lived in Florida and would frequently travel around. In September of 2020, I went on my first road trip through Mobile, Alabama. I stayed at a hotel in Mobile, and we would travel around the area before making our way back to the hotel to sleep. Now, I'd like to share that I've never really taken paranormal or spiritual activity too seriously. I mean, I'd watch Ghost Adventures, but not really take it as anything plausible. However, this road trip would eventually change my perspective forever. So it was our first evening of the road trip, and we checked into the infamously haunted Battle House Renaissance Hotel in Mobile, Alabama. There have been tons of paranormal sightings and history at this venue over the years. I wasn't aware of this until later that night, so I was going in expecting absolutely nothing. We went up to our hotel room and crashed for a few minutes. Eventually, my brother and my buddy, who were the only other ones in the hotel, decided to run to the liquor store nearby. I decided to stay behind. Immediately, I started getting creepy and eerie vibes, which isn't anything super out of the ordinary for me, as I've always been a somewhat paranoid person. However, I've never felt so terrified over absolutely nothing in my life. This was totally on another level, and I genuinely considered leaving the hotel. However, I knew my brother would be irritated if I left, so I decided to tough it out and just play a loud YouTube video to clear the silence. Suddenly, the light in the hotel room turned off. No joke. Now, while I considered it to be a simple power-related issue, the sheer coincidence of that happening while I'm already getting the creeps was a situation that I wasn't going to dismiss. Besides, spoiler, a bit later when I do leave the room, the outside hallway light is still on, so the electricity was fine. Naturally, I freeze up. I remember genuinely not knowing what to do next. Getting up and dashing for the door terrified me. Furthermore, sitting there still scared me even more. At this point, I slowly get up and I see a figure in the corner of my eye next to the area in front of the hotel door. It felt so real, like it was an actual human walking into the room, and then it disappeared. I got the sudden urge to just dash out of the room, but the instinct of running as fast as I can and freezing up both kind of mixed. So I started speed walking to the door instead. The bathroom was next to where the door was, and in close proximity, I could see and hear the bathroom sink running. I can guarantee nobody had used the restroom since we checked in, and as far as we knew, we never heard water running beforehand. I opened the door and ran out in my bare feet toward the elevator. I ended up meeting with my brother and our friend on the lobby floor, and we collectively went back up to the hotel room. Even though I was with other people, I was still scared as hell, and I could barely sleep that night. The next 2 nights were also terrifying, but no significant activity was seen by any of us after that. We eventually went up to the front counter person after checking out of the hotel and asked if they had ever heard of any paranormal encounters or if anyone had reported anything. The person was very hesitant, and from what I remember, didn't ever give us a clear answer either way, but didn't dismiss it either. It definitely came across as if very few people had ever reported anything, but everyone's vibe checking out was probably off, like ours. Later, like I said, I learned that it's actually considered one of the most haunted places. To this day, that night in Mobile was the freakiest thing I've ever experienced in my entire life, and I've definitely marked that hotel off as one I will never stay at again. Although the experience was memorable in hindsight, I was legitimately scared for my life at the time, even though I can't really explain why, and I do not want to go through that again. Before anyone asks, we stayed on the 4th floor, which, if I remember correctly from what I later researched, is actually said to be the most haunted floor in the hotel. The Haunted Airbnb in London by Your Travel Flamingo. 2 years ago, we were in London for New Year's Eve. Long story short, our Airbnb was haunted. The apartment itself was beautiful and looked nothing like what you'd expect from a creepy place. It was modern, well-decorated, and bright, thanks to the large windows. The only thing that unnerved us was a creepy sketch mounted by the front door. It was a black and white sketch of a small child hiding in a doorway. The child had black eyes and was peeking through the doorway, with half of its face covered in shadows. As you can imagine, it was eerie and unsettling. I don't know why anyone would choose this as home decor, let alone for hospitality purposes. We all seemed to have the same thought, and we voiced our dislike for the sketch to each other immediately. We thought the owner must be a bit of a weirdo, but we quickly forgot about it as we had more important matters to attend to, like deciding which pub to go to that night. Around 9 p.m., we headed out for the night. I was the one who locked up, and I specifically remember closing the door and locking it, as usual. Nothing out of the ordinary, which is why what happened next creeps me out. We returned at about 3 a.m., a bit tipsy but not incoherent. My guy friend was in front of me, so I handed him the key to open the door. He struggled for several seconds, which at the time I blamed on his alcohol consumption. More time passed, and he still couldn't get in. He eventually threw his left shoulder into the door a few times until it finally busted open. The initial scene brought a wave of confusion. The door frame had been broken off the wall completely, and was now hanging in midair. It had been yanked clearly from the wall, attached to the now open door by the door chain. That's when I realized that he was struggling to open the door because it was chained shut. From the inside, of course. The first few seconds were silent confusion, but then it hit me. The door chain, like I said, had been locked from the inside while we were outside. But how? There was no way the chain could have been locked from the outside. We tried to do it in multiple ways the next day, but obviously it was impossible. Since I was the one who locked the door, I knew for a fact that I hadn't touched the chain. The chain was heavy and thick. It's not something you could convince yourself was somehow attached by the wind or something like that. Someone or something had to pick it up and carefully slide it into place. Our initial thought was that somebody must be in the apartment. My guy friend went ahead and checked out the small apartment, and it didn't take long for him to announce that there was no one there. Our place was on an upper floor in a glass building with windows that didn't open. There was no way someone could have gotten in except through the front door. They would have had to remove the chain to get back out, and that just didn't add up. I remember the feeling of panic and dread that set in. I felt extremely uneasy, and I just couldn't bring myself to look at that creepy sketch by the door. Out of fear, we lingered by the door for a while, all afraid to enter the apartment. After some time, we gave in and went into the living room. I was relieved. The feeling in the hallway was becoming unbearable, like something sinister was watching us the whole time. That night, we drank ourselves to sleep. We slept all together, probably with the lights on. It wasn't until after the trip that I told my friends about my personal feelings toward that sketch. How I always felt like something was watching me in the hallway by the door. We had all mentioned not liking it, but I had never told them that part, and it turned out they all felt the same way, even though half of them didn't even believe in the paranormal. Or they didn't before. I think that changed after that night. I emailed the landlord about it, but he dismissed the story in a roundabout kind of way. I sort of accused him of there being a way somebody could have gotten into the apartment while we were gone. He assured me that there was no way. The Mottled Creature of North Alabama by Spooky Whispering. It took moving 1,000 miles away to finally feel comfortable enough to tell you this story. This happened just before my senior year of high school. Over a period of 3 weeks during the summer. I was 17 years old, substance-free and sober. At most, I took Advil for headaches every now and then. I just want to assure you that I wasn't on any mind-altering substances or long-term medication that could affect my cognitive ability. During the summer, my curfew was 11 p.m., and this occurred while driving home from my, at the time, boyfriend's house, which took roughly 15 minutes. So let's say it was about 10:45 at night. I was full of energy at that age, a night owl, and not even remotely tired. In fact, I was hyped up, with the warm summer breeze, car windows down, singing along to the radio. I took a shortcut through back roads to avoid the tiny city with its jerk cops. Also, one of the roads I took was super straight and flat, so I could really speed, and that felt great when I was a teenager. But right before that road, I had to take 2 very close turns. First, I'd take a right turn that was more than 90 degrees, almost back the way I came. Then, in exactly half a mile, I would turn left onto the long, straight road where I could really put the gas pedal down. Since it was only half a mile, I normally didn't speed up much because the small stretch of road was more like packed gravel, and it would be a waste as I would just have to slow down again to turn left onto the much better road where I could let loose. The tiny property on the inside corner of the left turn is where all of this went down. A house had recently been built there, 2 stories with a detached garage, and it seemed odd how quickly it had been erected, as we built our family house and it took us a year to finish it. I will start at the beginning because I believe all of this is related. Week 1. I was jamming to my music, the wind whipping through my car, feeling great and relaxed on my very familiar drive home. I slowed down to make my right turn onto the rough rural road, just bebopping along, when my lights illuminated something stunning sitting on the corner of the road. It was a wolf, a real wolf, a solid white wolf. I know the difference between dog breeds and wolves. I love watching dog competitions, wildlife documentaries, and I've even met a quarter wolf in person. They look different from domestic dogs. This was a wolf, and it was amazing, blowing my mind. I slowed down even more while I turned down my music, getting closer to it. I noticed that it wasn't minding me at all. It was sitting perfectly still on the corner of the road, staring at the house, almost unblinking. Its ears didn't even flick toward me. All its attention was focused on this house. I was so close I could have reached out my window and brushed the fur on the back of its head. I was smiling and amazed, but my mind was already churning. It made no sense for a wolf to be behaving like that, even less for there to be a white wolf in rural North Alabama in the summer. I came to a complete stop behind it, marveling at its fur and presence. I felt euphoric, like I had seen something rare and blessed. My mind jumped to the local Indian stories of animal spirit guardians, and I started to wonder. I couldn't say, though. Mom would never believe me if I told her I was late because of a spirit wolf. With a sigh, I said goodbye to the wolf and drove home in a better mood than ever. I had seen something special, and it filled me with emotions of joy and peace. Week 2. I was driving home again, taking extra care to keep an eye out for my wolfie buddy, hoping to see him around that area again. So I drove extra slow, with my window down and the radio off. That was a horrible mistake. I should have realized what the presence of a guardian meant. It meant danger. Alas, I was on the short road, approaching the new little house when I saw it. The thing that to this very day makes me question my sanity, my reality, and the possibility of eldritch terrors as Lovecraft described. It was crouched right before their mailbox, its limbs folded and pulled in tight, with its hunched posture. Yet its head was still taller than the mailbox. It was mottled green and black, with undertones of blue, and it looked wet and slimy all over. Its head was elongated, allowing for an extended maw full of razor-sharp teeth. The upper half of its body looked emaciated, with barely more than frog-like thin skin pulled over angular long bones, ropey muscles to hold it upright. At the end of its grossly stretched arms were equally terrible long fingers. Its legs had bulk to them, looking equipped for running, with back-facing knees for sprinting, and tipped in raptor-like curved claws. It looked tall, maybe 7 feet, maybe more, just folded up into this predator's posture, waiting for prey. And then there were its eyes, solid black and sunken. I still want to vomit thinking about its eyes looking at me. They weren't looking at me, but I thought I would throw up if they did. Then I realized it was going to look at me. It was going to see me, and there was no avoiding it. Panic, terror unique to this alien thing, swallowed me instantly, feeling like I was tilting off the world I had always known and into an abyss where monsters like this exist. I couldn't breathe, but I had to get my window up. I had to get my window up or I would be ripped by those teeth and torn with those claws. Blood would adorn the cabin of my car and I would become an unsolved mystery. I had a manual crank window. F me, right? I had a crank window because I was scared of crashing into water and not being able to get out of my car. But now I realized that there were far worse things in the world than crashing into water. Its head was turning toward me, and I had to let off the gas, but I was still getting closer to it. It made me want to scream, but I had to get my window up first. I was cranking it as hard as I could. I was starting to cry when I finally got the window closed, and then I put my gas pedal to the floor. Gravel road be damned. I thought, I must not look at it as I pass. I must not look at it or make direct eye contact. I just shouldn't. It's not good to connect with these things, and I have already seen too much. My tires found grip, and I started to launch forward, passing it. In my peripheral vision, I could see it starting to unfold its limbs, and it sent a terrible chill down my spine. I'm screwed. I am so screwed, I mumbled while cursing through my tears as I slid around the turn, fishtailing for a moment before I rocketed down the road. I felt sick. My heart was hammering. I had snot and tears rolling down my face, and my hands were shaking. I glanced in my rearview mirror and could only see darkness, as there were no street lamps out there. I used a trick that I know, where I tap my brakes softly so the light comes on, but I don't actually slow down. Red lit up the dust that was billowing up in my wake, but amidst the swirling chaos, I thought I saw a darker shadow than the rest. A tall, thin shadow. I had enough and decided I was going to drive straight to the lighted roads and not let off the gas again the rest of the way. No more looking back. I was going 109 miles per hour, which was as fast as I could go before my governor kicked in. I even ran a stop sign at the end of the road because I was not going to get caught by this thing if I could help it. I took a right onto the highway and flew home. I might have even been relieved to get pulled over, but I did not. When I got home, no one was awake. I was pretty trusted to come home on time, so called my boyfriend and cried to him for a long time before I was able to finally explain it. He was dismissive and thought I was pulling a joke on him, and then he thought I was just being crazy and seeing things. There are many reasons we didn't stay together, but his insensitivity definitely contributed. Week 3. I refused to take my shortcut anymore. For that reason, I would have to leave my boyfriend's house a bit early, and he'd been making fun of me about it all week. One of the days, we went to a park to walk around, and on the way back, he decided he wanted to drive by the house where I saw that thing. I was hysterical, begging him not to drive there, but he wouldn't be dissuaded. So, as we got closer and I couldn't stop him because he was driving, I leaned my passenger side seat all the way back and pulled myself down, cowering in panic of getting near that place. I hid below the window and covered my eyes while basically hyperventilating, reliving the traumatic night in my mind again. At one point, he stopped the car. "You have to see this," he said. "No," I whined, resisting him pulling at my arm. "No, you really have to see this. Look," he said, in a changed tone of astonishment. Tears in my eyes, I uncurled and slowly peeked over the rim of the window. The house was gone, burnt clear down to the foundation, with only a handful of framing beams still standing. The ground around the house was blackened, in a perfect, large circle. My boyfriend started to get out of the car. I shouted, "No, let's get out of here," while I grabbed for his arm. But he easily avoided me and got out. He walked around the ashy piles of the ruins for a bit, using a stick to poke at this and that. When he finally came back, he had an intense look of thinking on his face. There was no evidence of any personal belongings, furniture, power wiring, even interior walls. It doesn't seem like other burnt-out houses. Something's weird. When we got to his house, he searched for news articles about any house fires in the area, and there weren't any. He called the closest fire station and was quickly brushed off by the person who answered, saying they didn't know about a fire there and didn't have time to find out, before quickly hanging up on him. I never wanted to see that place again. I went out of my way to avoid the roads in that area. Talking about it still makes my chest tighten, my skin crawl, and my eyes water. My brain still has trouble because I know I saw it, a thing that is nothing like any creature known to humans, yet still, I saw it. If you've ever heard of something that matches its description, please let me know. The Canyon's Call by Department Ecstatic. Backpacking and camping with my family of 4 near a river in a remote canyon last summer was blissful, until I woke up at around 2 a.m. to a very distressing sound. We were sleeping in our hammocks very close to the river, and about 40 feet behind us was a tall canyon wall. The sound made me think of an injured animal that was very cat-like. It was coming from behind us, toward the wall of the canyon. The noise was regular, occurring like clockwork every 15 to 20 seconds. We shined flashlights and spoke loudly in hopes of frightening it away from us. There was no moon out, and we could see very little, but shining our flashlights around revealed nothing. The sound was so close. Our efforts did not work at all, and it seemed relentless and unfazed by us in every way. I was worried that it was rabid or hurt. At one point, I heard it near the river on the other side of us, and was incredibly confused as to how it was able to move around without us hearing it. I sat on the edge of my hammock until dawn, knife in hand, waiting for a wild or sick animal to emerge from the bushes at any moment, forcing me to fight for our lives. Finally, around dawn, the sounds became less frequent and eventually stopped. After hiking out, we Googled many different animal sounds, and the closest match we found was a mountain lion mating call. There are definitely lions in that area, so I believe that's what we heard. I'm still confused, though, as to why it stayed so close to us and wasn't scared away, as most wild animals would be. We've seen black bears in this area many times, and even they always run the other way when they see humans. And cats are even more elusive. So, it's still a little confusing. Friend's Death and a Sign by Kathleen Ann. So, my friend died suddenly on the 11th. His last text to me was, "Sorry, but we haven't received any word from toxicology yet." All we know for sure is that he didn't drink enough to kill him, wasn't sick, and there were no signs of a struggle. I didn't find out that day, and I have no clue what I did that day, on the day of. I know it was a full moon, and I remember coming home and looking for it. I have no texts, posts, or screenshots from that day. I have a total gap in time. My friend and I had a rare spiritual connection and talked a lot about quantum cosmology. We could always tell when the other was feeling off. I had always joked with him that if he died before me, I'd want him to come to my apartment, flicker my lights, and then give me a sign that he was still here. 4 nights ago, I'm finally passing out after having been awake the majority of the time since this happened. I'm going crazy at this point, looking through all of his posts and realizing that a lot of the content had some common themes. Swallowing someone else's demons, being swallowed by your demons, being stuck in a labyrinth, a tired soul seeking escape from the maze, stuff like that. My grandma calls before bed to tell me she's saying a prayer that I'll get a sign, because everyone knows that I'm a disaster. Soon after, my lights start going crazy. I have a dimmer light and all three were flickering out of sync. I freak out for a while, but at this point I'm exhausted, and finally I pass out. I dream that my friend is telling me to go walk downtown to the highest hill I can find and calm down. Not just dream. He's in my room, I swear, in a gray sweater I've never seen before. And he's also sitting down and laughing at me, telling me the answer I'm looking for is so obvious, and to just go and take my walk and I'll figure it out. It was almost like sleep paralysis, but I was totally calm when I saw him. I get up and walk downtown calmly. I know that there's a spot here where people go to pray and follow a sacred walk, but the last time I went, it was all unfinished. I text my friend that for some reason I need to go there. I head up the hill, figuring I'll find a meaningful passage or stone or something. And I find a giant labyrinth, a huge labyrinth at the top. For those who don't know, the labyrinth walk symbolizes your quest as a spirit on a human journey, rather than a human on a spiritual journey. Oddly, another one of the last quotes he had sent me. He was also obsessed with the book Looking for Alaska, which I didn't actually bother reading until this happened. But holy cow, it's about a guy who gives up on searching for answers when a friend dies suddenly to escape the labyrinth, and realizes that forgiving his friend for dying is the only way out of the labyrinth of suffering. Side note, when I told his girlfriend about this whole thing, she said he died wearing the gray hoodie that I described. The Hot Spring Encounter by Omaha Winter. I hiked deep into the woods to a hot spring with my then girlfriend, who was really attractive. We were in our mid-20s. It was 11 o'clock at night on a Sunday night, pitch black and nobody around for miles. We stripped down, lit a candle, got in, and were having a great time drinking wine, when I heard a bunch of male voices coming up the path. They sounded loud and drunk. I could see a bright flashlight coming closer. Sure enough, the four of them came up to the springs, and as they were passing our spot, they lingered a bit too long and looked at my girlfriend, shining the flashlight on us. They were supposedly making small talk, but it all felt super leery and creepy. One of them had a shotgun over his shoulder. They mumbled a little more, and then got into the adjacent pool, nude about 15 feet away, lighting a lantern, and totally wrecking our vibe. The shotgun was propped within easy reach. I delicately adjusted my puny .22 wheel gun, which was under my shirt nearby, keenly aware of how outgunned and outmanned I was. We stayed in the pool for a few minutes longer, trying to avoid an awkward departure. As we were getting dressed, their eyes were all over her. It was just really creepy, and I was getting pissed, constantly expecting them to draw down and have their way or something. It was the worst 3 minutes of my life. I mean, they did not look away. But they never did anything, thankfully. Later, my girlfriend was totally nonchalant about it, like, what's the big deal? I don't think she understood that I was prepared to die defending her, and it's all I could think of from the moment we first heard them on the path. I know it might sound like not much, but it was just a whole vibe, and I guess you had to be there. The Mystery Floss by Layla64. This is small, but it's tripping me out. Over the weekend, I realized I was out of dental floss. I can't stand that, so I started looking around for a forgotten roll. I even checked my son's bathroom. Nothing. On Tuesday night, my son and I went shopping, and I picked up a floss, Tom's, that I had never tried before. I grabbed it because I'm very picky about floss, and I wasn't sure whether I would like it or not. So I just got one, but then my son asked if he could get one too, and of course I said yes. So we had two. We go home and my son unpacks the groceries. The 2 boxes of floss are on the counter. I take mine upstairs, unwrap it, throw the box in the bathroom trash, and try it that night. I hated it. Last night, I go to floss again, and there's now a second one in the drawer. Exactly the same. So of course I think, that's weird. Why would my son bring his floss into my bathroom? But then I forget about it, because sometimes he uses my bathroom, so whatever. This evening, I'm cleaning up the kitchen. And there's his dental floss on the counter. I go back upstairs. There are still 2 flosses in the drawer, both completely new, except the one that I've used obviously has a slightly smaller roll. The containers are transparent. I'll admit it, I've read other people's accounts about duplicating objects in their homes with more skepticism than maybe I should have. It's always things like pens, lighters, forks, seemingly insignificant items that make me wonder if people simply forgot they had 2 of them. But here I am, in possession of a mystery 3rd floss. I feel honored and excited by the possibilities. The Haunted Cabin in the Gold Coast Mountains by Happy Raisin 444. I stayed in an Airbnb cabin in the Gold Coast Mountains with some friends. The cabin is about 100 to 200 years old, and many terrifying, unexplainable things happened over the course of the weekend. When we first arrived, the vibe felt off, and everyone was unsettled, moody, and drained. There were many strange objects in the house, such as scissors on the walls, rusty nails and farm tools used as decor, unsettling masks, a heart with nails through it, rosary beads, and more. It definitely gave the place an eerie, unsettling atmosphere. The first night, 2 of us were downstairs unable to sleep, due to feeling extremely frightened and as though we were being watched, though we couldn't place why. There was a lobby of sorts separating the front door from the living area. Suddenly, the door leading to the lobby area was smashed so hard and loudly that it rocked on its hinges. The next night, we were sitting on the deck, which overlooked the forest, trying to recreate the sound of the bang on the door to show our friends, who were asleep at the time. After hitting the wall 3 times to recreate the noise, 3 loud thuds sounded around the corner of the balcony, and a spare chair was dragged right in front of us. We all decided to move a mattress into one room so we could all sleep together, as we felt unsafe. While 3 of us were in the room, the window slammed shut. Later that night, when everyone was asleep, I woke up at about 3 o'clock in the morning, and noticed the window that had slammed shut was now showing a shadow moving across it. I decided to film it. During the video, I saw a white figure move into the frame and then back out. I didn't watch the video until the next day, but it clearly showed a face. When I finally fell asleep, I woke up at 6 a.m. to find a man standing at the end of the bed. He was dressed in indigenous clothing, a red, black, and white skirt with a matching sash, holding a spear and scowling at all of us. I absolutely panicked, thinking that it was one of the Airbnb owners, and I woke up my friend who was in the bed next to me. She didn't see him, and by the time I looked back, I couldn't either. I felt extremely nauseated, and I asked my friend to leave early with me. As soon as we got about a kilometer away, I felt perfectly fine. The Friendsgiving Bathroom Encounter by Rhyme Saying. We do a Friendsgiving trip every year in early November. There are generally about 15 of us, so we always split the cost of a really nice Airbnb. We arrived on Friday night, moved in all of our stuff, and had a good time. The next day was filled with fun, playing group games, drinking, and just enjoying ourselves. Last night was our last night there, and we were all in the upstairs living room watching Netflix movies. I decided that I wanted to smoke some devil's lettuce, so I went downstairs, grabbed my equipment, and then came back in and locked the door behind me. At a certain point, I needed to use the restroom. There's a bathroom down the hallway downstairs, so I decided to do my business away from everyone. About 4 seconds after I locked the door and started to sit down on the toilet, there was a very obvious force against the door, and the handle shoved down hard. Then nothing. I thought it was my girlfriend messing with me, so I yelled out, but got no response. I still wasn't really scared at this point because I figured it had to be somebody playing a prank. I yelled out, "Okay, screw you, I'm coming out with a knife then." I had no knife, of course. I finished up and waited a few minutes until I was comfortable to leave. When I went upstairs, I immediately asked, "Okay, who messed with me in the bathroom?" Nobody said anything, and everyone confirmed that nobody had been downstairs but me. No one had even tried to use the bathroom I was in, and there were 5 bathrooms in the house, so why would they? Apparently, everyone had heard a huge gust of wind while I was in there, though, that didn't come from anywhere explainable. The whole thing really spooked me, and honestly, I'm just glad to be home. My Toddler is Creeping Me Out a Bit by Ornery Lightchi 2438, posted to r/paranormal. This might be silly, but I'm curious about what you guys think. My 2.5-year-old has been saying some interesting things since moving into our home. When we first moved in, he would talk to and wave at the man on the steps. My fiancé and I also sensed something and had a few strange things happen. We found out shortly after from the old owner's family that sure enough, a man passed in our home. In our son's bedroom, actually. And he would always sit on the steps when he was alive. I do sage our home, but my son will see him every once in a while still. He seems harmless, but from what I've heard about his past, I'm a little iffy about him. Next strange thing, about a month ago, my son randomly started saying, "babysitter," or "the baby." And sure enough, a few weeks later, we find out that we're pregnant. Wild. I'm convinced it's a girl because of our son. This one really freaked me out a bit though. We have a jumping spider as a pet, and my son adores her. Lately, she has been going to the bottom of her enclosure and not eating at all. I was worried she would be passing soon, but of course did not tell my toddler this. One night last week, I walk over to her to see if she's still alive, and she is. I go lay down in bed, and my toddler says, "Mama, Poppy go bye-bye. Poppy hurt." He repeated these words multiple times. I just kept saying, "It's okay, buddy, I know." And sure enough, the next day, our Poppy girl passed away. It's just too many coincidences at this point. He absolutely has a gift, right? Unsettling Events in My Airbnb by a now-deleted user. I spent the night at a different hotel, and I'm currently trying to get my money back and find a new Airbnb. This is the story. I travel most months out of the year, and I just landed last night in Lima, Peru for an extended stay. I booked a pretty fancy Airbnb in a great location on the ocean. It had excellent reviews, and I've already paid $750 for the month to stay here. The apartment has a main room with 2 tables on opposite sides of the room, a bedroom with a locking door, and a bathroom that can only be accessed through the bedroom. It also has a balcony with a sliding door that leads into the main room, and this can be locked. I arrived last night, and some weird things have started to happen since I got here. When I came into the apartment after my run this morning, I locked the door and set the keys on the counter. I clearly remember doing this. I left my shoes in the main room and smoked a cigar in the kitchen. I lit my cigar with my personalized lighter that I carry everywhere. Then I went and took a 20-minute shower. Weird thing number 1. When I came back to the main room from my shower, I went to get my lighter, but it was gone. I looked everywhere for it. And I was really confused because I knew that I left it on table number 1. After searching, I finally found it on the other side of the room on table number 2, which I hadn't even sat down at since arriving. I thought it was super weird, but I tried not to freak myself out. Weird thing number 2. I went to get my keys so I could go grab some food, but they were gone. This, combined with the moved lighter, started to freak me out. So I looked literally everywhere. I turned the entire apartment upside down. I looked in the refrigerator, checked under the bed, went through every item of clothing, and even searched under the trash bag in the trash can. I looked everywhere, and nothing. I couldn't find them. Weird thing number 3. Now I'm starting to get a bit paranoid, but I'm still hungry, so I go to put on my shoes to head out for food. And there is a razor blade in one of my shoes. I don't own razor blades, and I'm certain that there aren't any in this apartment. So where did this razor blade come from? At this point, I started to freak out, so I call my friend, and I go out to the balcony to talk to him for about 15 minutes and explain what's going on. He tells me to start looking for cameras or anything unusual in the apartment. I start pulling the place apart, looking at the wall decorations and everything. I've been doing this for, 10 minutes, when I get to the kitchen and my keys are back on the counter. What is going on? My friend thinks somebody might be watching me, either with a camera or through double-sided glass, and could be trying to mess with me or threaten me. I'm starting to wonder if this apartment is somehow haunted. How do I figure out what's going on? I feel unsafe, but at the same time, I've already paid $750 for this apartment, and I doubt I'll get that back if I leave now. How can I figure out if someone's watching me or breaking into the apartment? Any advice is appreciated. Edit. For those asking if I am high, no, I don't do substances, so that's unlikely. As for the carbon monoxide theory, I sent a photo of the razor to my friend, and he can see it, so I don't think it's a hallucination. Edit 2. I'm in the process of contacting Airbnb to try to get my money back and find somewhere new. The Haunted Airbnb by Lady Lovecraft 89. I stayed in an apartment this past weekend, and from the moment I walked in, I had a strange feeling about the place. It was clean, not a lot of furniture, but everything was comfortable and practically new. Clean sheets, etc. So there was nothing wrong with the apartment itself. Still, there was just this very off feeling. I kept hearing a bell, like the kind you push down at a hotel. It felt like there was a very masculine, heavy energy, as well as a lighter, softer, more feminine energy. I definitely kept the lights on that night. I also kept hearing pacing in the hallway, and the place felt dark, even with the lights on. The apartment also wouldn't heat up, not even with the heating on full blast. The bell sound kept bugging me, though. I decided to look up if anything had happened in or around the building that could explain the strange feeling and the different energies and encounters. I found 3 things. First, the son of a hotel owner was murdered not even a kilometer away from the building. Second, a mother of 2 was killed by the father of her children, and the children witnessed the whole thing. Third, there was a torture and another murder. All of these occurred within a 2-kilometer radius. There was also a courthouse right next door to the building at one point. Needless to say, I'm definitely not staying at that place again. The night shift at Miller's Pharmacy. I've worked the night shift at Miller's Pharmacy for about 3 years now, and I've always been a skeptic when it comes to the paranormal. Sure, some weird things would happen. Items falling off shelves, strange noises from the break room, the usual stuff that you would expect in an old building. But what happened last week has completely changed my perspective, and I need to share it with somebody who might understand. For context, our pharmacy is in a historic building that's been around since the 1920s. It was originally a doctor's office before being converted in the 60s. My shift runs from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. We're one of the few 24-hour pharmacies in the area, mainly serving the nearby hospital's late-night prescriptions. It was around 2:30 a.m. last Tuesday when things started to get strange. I was doing inventory in aisle 3 when I heard the bell that signals somebody entering the store. Looking up at the security monitor behind the counter, I could see the automatic doors had opened, but nobody came in. This happened sometimes when the sensors malfunctioned, so I didn't think much of it. About 15 minutes later, I started hearing what sounded like someone walking down aisle 1. You know, that distinct sound of dress shoes on linoleum. But when I went to check, there was nobody there. The footsteps seemed to stop whenever I got close, only to start up again in a different aisle once I returned to my work. Then the prescription counter phone rang. This wasn't unusual. We get calls from the hospital at all hours, but when I answered, there was this strange static, followed by what sounded like an old man's voice, saying something about picking up his medicine. The voice was distant and unclear, like it was coming through several layers of interference. I tried asking for clarification, but the line went dead. The next thing I noticed was the temperature drop. It was sudden and localized, like walking through a pocket of cold air. The thermometer behind the counter showed it had dropped from 72 to 58 in just that specific area near the pharmacy counter. As I was checking the thermostat, I heard the sound of pill bottles rattling. I turned around to see 3 amber prescription bottles slowly rolling across the counter. Not falling, not knocked over, rolling, as if somebody had gently pushed them. I checked the security cameras immediately, but they showed nothing touching the bottles. They just moved on their own. But what really got to me was what happened next. As I was documenting the incident in our daily log, company policy for any unusual events, I noticed something in the reflection of my computer screen. Behind me, near the old compounding room that we don't use anymore, I saw what looked like an elderly man in outdated medical clothing, like something a doctor might have worn in the 1940s. He was just standing there, partially transparent, looking through the glass at the modern pharmacy setup. I spun around, heart pounding, but of course, there was nothing there. When I looked back at my screen, the reflection was gone too. But pulled up on my screen was an old patient record from our archived system, dated 1943, for a Dr. Thomas Miller. Yes, the same Miller that our pharmacy was named after. I did some research the next day and found out that Dr. Miller had died in the building in 1943, apparently while staying late to prepare medications during a flu outbreak. According to the local historical society, he was known for his dedication to his patients, often working through the night to ensure prescriptions were ready for the morning. Since that night, I still hear the footsteps occasionally, and sometimes bottles will move slightly on their own. But it doesn't feel threatening, more like somebody continuing their routine, checking on things, making sure everything is in order, like a grandfather. I've started leaving the light on in the old compounding room, and somehow my overnight shifts feel a little less lonely now. Has anyone else experienced something similar in old medical buildings? I'm still processing what happened, and I'd appreciate hearing your thoughts or similar experiences. Several Paranormal Experiences in Alaska by author Chan21. First up, Ghost Encounter. I've lived in Alaska my whole life. Half of my life has been spent in my secluded village, and the other half in the city. I'm sharing this because I want to know what others think, as I've had several ghostly experiences, mostly in my village. The most recent one occurred while I was working as a maid for a hotel near the mall on the south side of Anchorage. I was looking for the girl who was training me and walked into the main room where the beds were. I turned around and was about to leave when I saw a figure walk past the bathroom door. I stopped and thought maybe my coworker had just entered the bathroom. I peeked inside, but no one was there. The bathroom was empty, and the shower was also clear. The only exit was the door, which I was blocking, and the windows that opened out, but they were shut. I immediately got spooked and left. My fellow housekeepers had told me that a spirit of a man watches the maids while they clean, and if he doesn't like you, he will attack. This ghost usually stays on the 3rd floor, and I was working on the 1st floor at the time. I can't be 100% sure it was him, but I didn't want to find out. I have another story from my childhood too, though it's very brief and I don't remember much due to some traumatic experiences. However, I do recall seeing a huge metal object hovering in the night sky. It had propellers like a helicopter, and I would have thought it was one too, if not for the fact that it was storming heavily that night. 40 to 50-foot waves crashing on the shore, with wind and rain that soaked me in minutes. My friend and I were standing by the inlet, trying to spot the Loch Ness Monster. Yes, I know, when this object appeared above us. It was close enough that we couldn't see all of it, but far enough that we couldn't touch it. We both screamed and ran back to the Boys and Girls Club. We told an adult, and he said it was a weather balloon. All I remember was that it was made of steel and hovering, and I never saw it again. Lastly, I have another quick experience. One night, my brother and I decided to sleep in our older brother's room. He kept the room completely pitch black, and we couldn't see anything. We were watching a movie when the TV suddenly turned off by itself, even though it hadn't been used for a while. I woke up to my brother getting up and walking to the bathroom. I saw the light turn on, then dim as he closed the door. My feet were blazing hot, so I did what you're never supposed to do and hung them off the end of the bed. As they cooled down,
I thought to myself that there's no such thing as boogeymen or whatever, and laid there staring into the darkness. I was waiting for my brother to return so I could get some sleep. Then, out of nowhere, I felt a hand, swear on my dog's grave, a hand with fingernails scratch the sole of my foot. I immediately hid under the covers and started begging for it to go away. After about 30 seconds, I peeked out and heard the toilet flush. The door opened and my brother came back. I never told him what happened because he was on the side of the bed, unknowingly protecting me from whatever it was. I stayed under the covers, keeping my limbs inside the blanket for the rest of the night. The Haunted Airbnb Experience by Clank08. Recently, about 9 other friends and I stayed at a large Airbnb house. This house had 3 stories. On the first evening we were staying there, I was in the middle story when I heard what sounded like my friend calling out to me, asking me to come upstairs to help them. I shouted back, "What's up?" They responded with, "Just come up and I'll show you." I went upstairs and straight to the friend I thought I was talking to. He seemed very confused though, and according to him and everyone around him, no one had said anything. I thought maybe I'd imagined hearing someone talking when they weren't, but no one had really been chatting at the time. I assumed they were messing with me and just went on with my day. The next morning, a friend who wasn't aware of the previous event mentioned that she was a little creeped out by her room. It had a wardrobe with sliding mirror doors. She had closed them when she left the room, but when she returned and went to bed, they were open. She thought nothing of it, closed them, and lay in bed on her phone. She says later the doors slid open by themselves again. She closed them, assuming maybe the house was slightly slanted or something. The doors then slid open in the opposite direction. She didn't sleep well that night. The last incident came on the last day we stayed there when a friend of mine mentioned the piano creeped him out at night. I mentioned that there was no piano in the house. He said he distinctly heard a piano playing at about 3 a.m. A different friend later also claimed to have heard a piano playing at 3. We tried to rationalize it, saying maybe somebody was watching TV or listening to a video on their phone. I asked around though, and no one was even awake at 3. That's about it. Occasionally, all of us reported finding sliding doors open that we had sworn we had closed, but due to having so many people in the house, there was no way we could be sure it wasn't somebody else opening them. There was no way to explain all the other stuff, though.
I've had a personal experience during a ghost hunt in Old Town Spring that still gives me chills. We were touring an abandoned Masonic lodge, and as soon as we entered, the lights began flickering, and our EMF meter went wild. While discussing the legend of a woman who supposedly shot her husband on that very property after catching him cheating, we suddenly heard what sounded like 2 gunshots in the distance. It was surreal and terrifying all at once. Another eerie tale is tied to Woman Hollering Creek, an actual place near San Antonio, Texas. The creek gets its name from the strange, mournful cries that locals claim to hear echoing around the area. The legend connects to the Mexican story of La Llorona, the weeping woman. According to folklore, La Llorona was a mother driven to madness who drowned her children in a fit of rage or despair. Now, her tormented spirit is said to wander the earth, crying for her lost children. At Woman Hollering Creek, many believe her spirit lingers, wailing and warning anyone who ventures too close to the water. Visitors to the creek have reported hearing unexplained screams or cries, especially late at night. Some even claim to see a ghostly woman walking along the creek's banks before fading into the mist. Whether it's real or just an old wives' tale, it's a story that definitely keeps people on edge.
Strange Experiences After Moving by Cupdonix. So, I've always been really skeptical of all things paranormal. I've never really experienced anything that I can definitively say was 100% a ghost encounter. But recently, a lot of things have been happening ever since I moved that just seem really odd. I lived in Michigan for about 8 months, and recently moved back down to Alabama because of some personal reasons. Everything seemed pretty chill for the most part, but I started seeing things out of the corner of my eye. I didn't think anything of it at first. After all, it was a new house. Things weren't what they used to be, and I wasn't used to the house yet. It only made sense that I would see something out of the corner of my eye, only for it to just be a dresser or something. But then it started getting really weird. The first thing that happened that was actually unexplainable was a few weeks ago. I had just made something to eat and was about to head back into my room. I walked past the recliner in the living room, and I noticed, out of the corner of my eye, something very clearly turn its head and look up at me. Obviously, I thought it was my cat, so I stopped to pet it, only for there to be nothing there. I just tried to ignore it and go into my room. The second time was also in the kitchen while I was getting food. I had just turned off the stove and I saw something very clearly in the corner of my eye. This, I thought, maybe could be explained by my eye just being weird for a second. But after constantly seeing things almost daily, I felt like it was something worth adding to the story. The third time, and the entire reason I'm telling this story, happened last night. I had just gotten into bed, getting ready to sleep. I set my alarm, took off my glasses, etc., and then I felt something press down on the foot of my blankets, almost like the cat had jumped up on my bed. Usually I keep my door closed and she can't get in there. Again, I didn't think much about it. I thought maybe it was the blanket settling, or maybe since I had a fan on, the wind kind of rustled it or whatever. Well then, I heard a noise over on my computer desk, and I had to look over. I clearly saw some kind of something, a face, an animal. I don't know what it was, but I saw it, and I shined my flashlight over toward it, but then nothing was there. My bedroom door was closed, and there was no way for anything to get in or out of my room, so I have no idea what it was. I eventually just tried to forget about it and go to sleep, but it's still on my mind, especially after everything else I've been seeing since moving back down here.
The Staring Stranger by Michigan Now. When I was 11, my parents took my best friend and me camping in Colorado. They had one of those campers with bunk beds, a kitchen, and a bathroom. One day, my friend and I were walking around when a guy came up and started chatting with us. He was probably in his 20s, and he asked if we wanted to hang out with him and go swimming. Something about him made me really uneasy, so we said no and went back to where my parents were. We didn't think much more about it, but at some point during that night, I woke up. The bed in the camper was next to a window. I rolled over, and there he was, staring at me through the window. I screamed and woke everyone up. My dad was grumpy about being woken up, but finally got up, looked around outside and didn't see anyone, and told me to go back to sleep. In the morning, my dad went looking for this guy, and we discovered he had cleared out his stuff and left before morning. The Missing Days in My Hometown by a now deleted user. Recently, in my hometown, I'm not going to say exactly where, but just know that it's in Alabama, a bunch of people, including myself, have been experiencing the same thing, where we seem to skip days. For instance, the other day I went to sleep on August 24th, and I didn't wake up until August 26th. At first, I thought maybe it was just my imagination and everything was actually fine. But I asked some of my coworkers, and they were all wondering where I had been on the 25th. They said all my work had been done, but there was no evidence of me actually having clocked in. My family recalls putting food on my table, and the food later being eaten despite never seeing me. I was still thinking at this point that it was just my imagination. But then I heard about some other people in town who had the same experience. When I asked them about it, they couldn't tell me what happened either. So I guess I've decided to come here to ask, is this some kind of mass hysteria? Or is something actually paranormal going on? The Night Walkers of the South by Scared Shitless Zero. I don't know if anybody has ever heard of this, but my friends believe it to be true. In southern Georgia, Alabama, and all of Florida, there are these people they call night walkers. If you've ever driven through these areas late at night, you may have seen one. You'll be miles from anything and see a random person standing on the side of the road, just staring at you. Personally, it happened to me most recently when I was going on spring break. On I-75 South at about midnight, between Ocala and Tampa, my girlfriend and I saw a person on the side of the road, just staring at us. No broken down car nearby, no cities anywhere near us. He wasn't trying to hitchhike, he was just standing there. I brought it up to my friends, and they said that they call them night walkers. They said that these are people who live in the forests and hope that someone breaks down on the road near them so that they can do unspeakable things to them. After talking to my friends, who refuse to drive through southern Georgia at night, it has me concerned. Has anyone else heard of these night walkers? Or has anyone else seen some random person on the road just staring at them? I saw myself in the trees, by 2 to the 12, the 1 to the 3, posted to r/paranormal. Hi everyone, I really need some advice or insight on something that happened to me tonight. I live in a rural area in eastern Kentucky, and I was driving home after leaving my boyfriend's house. I was on a gravel road, just heading down the path back to my place. I was almost home when I saw myself standing in the tree line, about 10 to 15 feet away. It was like I was standing there staring at myself, and I swear it was me. Same clothes, same everything. I don't know how to explain it, but I was immediately hit with this overwhelming sense of dread and pure fear. I've never felt anything like it before, I didn't stop, but I was shaking as I drove past. I had my small dog with me, and he saw and reacted to it as well. I don't know what it means or what I was seeing, but I'm kind of freaking out about it. Has anyone experienced something like this before? What could it mean? I'm just really scared and would appreciate any help or advice. The Haunting at Tally's Cemetery by Percyman34. My uncle and I decided to visit Tally's Cemetery, a well-known paranormal hotspot among locals. As soon as we arrived, a strangely comforting presence fell over us. We walked around, looking at the Civil War-era graves. As we were heading toward the corner of the cemetery, where the children's graves are, something tugged on my shirt sleeve hard enough to pull my arm back, but my uncle was walking ahead of me. Once we got to the children's graves, standing still and silent, my uncle said he could hear something walking behind us, and as I listened closer, I could hear it too. Then I felt a strange, troubling presence. A strange smell traveled up my nostrils, getting stronger and stronger until it burned. There was no mistaking the smell: sulfur and rotting flesh. My uncle asked if I smelled something, and I said yes. He said that we needed to leave right then, and I agreed. As soon as we started walking, the smell was completely gone. I don't plan on returning anytime soon. The Haunting of the Jemison Center by Broken Braces Galore. My friend Abby and I are huge fans of Marble Hornets, a YouTube series based on the Slender Man mythos. It started our friendship and led us to plan a trip down to Alabama, where the show is set. This past weekend, Abby picked me up, and we both started toward Tuscaloosa with the plan to explore several filming locations. She had found a list of different spots we could follow on Google Maps. So that's how we spent the majority of the day. We checked into a hotel about halfway through, ordered some lunch, and talked about where to hit next. During the drive down, she told me about some experiences she had at the Jemison Center. It's a building on a plot of land often mistaken for the old Bryce Hospital. Abby had visited the place before, with another friend and her dog, Peach. She told me about this entity called Little Cold. It's a spiritual presence they assume is a child, because the cold they felt only went up to their waists. They also had issues with it playing with their hair. Then there was Big Cold. Big Cold is a much larger force of cold energy, and Abby's friend immediately knew it wasn't friendly. Abby described the presence as feeling like something was pressing on your chest, an oppressive, suffocating sensation. The cold around Big Cold was more intense than Little Cold, and it ended up chasing them around the property before disappearing. Abby's friend also noted hearing what sounded like metal being dragged along the concrete ground. She warned me, "If you hear anything like that, tell me. We have to leave immediately if you do." She also mentioned that any photo she was in that her friend took had been corrupted. As we ate lunch, we talked about going to the center next. Abby pointed out that the sun was going down. She wanted to visit during the day first, to get a general feel for the place, since it had been a while since she last visited. We packed up flashlights, self-protection, a pocket knife for me and a silver knife for Abby, and a camcorder she ordered online. It was a cheap $20 camcorder from Amazon, and the charging was buggy, so we kept it plugged in whenever we were in the car. We started the drive from the hotel to the gates of the hospital campus and parked in the church parking lot, when Abby realized she'd forgotten the bag with everything packed. She suggested we go back to the hotel and return later when everything, phones, camera, etc., was fully charged, but offered to drive up the road to the Jemison Center to turn around. Now, one thing about the center is that it's in an abandoned building, with a yellow gate stretching across the road to keep cars out. In the past, Abby had to climb the fence to get to the buildings, and that's where she planned to turn around. As we drove, we saw a reflection in the headlights. "Is that a car?" Abby asked. As we got closer, we realized the gate was wide open. Though it was a little spooky, I chalked it up to some police officers patrolling the area, something I had read about in online forums. As we drove back to the hotel, Abby looked at me. "Did you feel that too?" she asked. I knew what she meant, the pressure on my chest as we got closer. I nodded, and we talked about it for a minute. Abby was pretty gleeful that I had experienced the presence of big cold. Once we got back to the hotel, Abby turned off the car, and the camcorder started bugging out. When the camcorder powers on, it plays a little jingle and has a welcome screen. When it turns off, the same thing happens, but it says, "Goodbye." When Abby turned her car off, I heard the jingle of the camera powering on. I thought maybe it was just bugging out from the car turning off, so I tried powering it off using the button on the side, but it wouldn't work. It kept showing "welcome," then going to a black screen. It did that at least a dozen times before I finally pulled the battery out and it stopped. We stared at each other for a moment before heading inside. I pulled up Snapchat to tell one of my friends about it when Abby said, "Hey, what if that was Big Cold welcoming me back?" It was a horrifying thought, for sure. We still planned to go back around 9, but I was already feeling a little spooked. Nothing happened between when we got back and when we left again, but my nerves were still on edge. About 5 minutes from the campus, we saw a train driving down the tracks. Again, we parked in the church parking lot across from the driveway. I grabbed a flashlight and the camcorder, while Abby grabbed her bag and Peach, and we started walking toward the driveway. There are 2 brick walls on either side of the entrance that mark the start of the property line. As soon as we passed them, I felt that pressure on my chest return, but this time it was stronger. I looked at Abby, and she nodded, confirming that she felt it too. The presence felt menacing, like it wanted to hurt us, and it wanted us to know that. "Geez, that was immediate," I said nervously. "Yeah, that's what I felt the last time I was here," Abby replied. We crossed the railroad tracks when she suddenly froze. "We have to leave. Now," she demanded. I questioned it for a moment, but it didn't stop me from sprinting back to the car. We threw everything into the back seat and quickly hightailed it back to the hotel. Since we'd been using the camcorder all night, Abby started recording as she explained. "I realized something when we were crossing the tracks," she said. "He was luring us in. Didn't you feel the pressure kind of drawing back as we got closer?" I nodded. "When I stepped on those tracks, I realized in about 5 to 10 minutes, that train we saw earlier is going to cross them." I paled at the realization. He was trying to trap us in there with him? Abby nodded. She started explaining what she had told me earlier about Little Cold and Big Cold to the camera when it suddenly flashed the welcome screen again. When she realized what was happening, she grabbed her phone and filmed it. I suggested taking the battery out again, so she did. It still kept flashing welcome. We filmed that one too, though we muted the audio because all we were doing was cursing. After getting back to the hotel, I uploaded all of the videos we had taken that day to Abby's computer to edit them together. That's when I realized that the only video I'd taken of us on the hospital campus was corrupted on the SD card. Neither the computer nor the camcorder would play the video. After that, we were reasonably drained, but still made plans to go back in the morning. We had hoped that it would be safer in the daylight. We set alarms for 6 a.m., got up, went out for breakfast, and started getting ready to go back to the center. By the time we actually got there, it was around 7. Abby's car clock read almost 9, which I thought was strange. Since Alabama is an hour behind both of our usual time zones, the clock should have read around 8. It had fixed itself by the time we got back. When we got out and started heading down the campus driveway, I realized there was no pressure on my chest. "Big Cold doesn't know we're here," Abby said. "Yet." We started talking about the history of the center, and every once in a while Abby would break in with, "We're here respectfully, we just want to look around." Our first stop was an abandoned house a little ways down the road from the center. Abby brought wooden flowers to leave as a gift to Little Cold. Whether it was general empathy or something in the house, both of us were on the verge of tears as we left. She stopped me as we headed back to the center and pointed out a long brick building. "Big Cold's territory," she said, then grinned at me. "We'll explore that last." No we won't," I said. "If Big Cold hates you, then that's the last place you want to be right now." After dropping the conversation without actually resolving it, we finally entered the Jemison Center. I pulled out the camcorder and took a video, when I realized that the camcorder's battery had already dropped to 1 bar. I wasn't going to continuously record, so I put it away and only took it out when I wanted to get videos of cool spots. After a bit of exploring the inside, we went outside and started walking along the edge, because Abby wanted to show me a boarded-up cabin on the property. When she stopped, she said, "Did you hear that?" I strained my ears. It sounded like a car driving in the distance. That wasn't unusual, though, since the campus is just off of a big road. "Sounds like a car," I said, and she shook her head. "No, listen," she said. I listened again. The sound wasn't getting distant or close enough, fast enough to be a car. After a moment, I recognized the noise. Metal being dragged along a concrete floor. "We have to go now," I said, and we quickly started walking back to the church parking lot. Now, mind you, the driveway for the campus is about 1/4 of a mile long, so we had quite a bit to walk. "We're leaving," Abby said out loud when we both felt cold pressing against the smalls of our backs. It was at this point that I broke into a sprint, trying to carry a dog leash and a flashlight while running. Knowing Peach would follow us, I dropped the dog leash and ran as fast as I could. About halfway there, I had to stop because I have asthma and I couldn't run anymore without wheezing. Abby stopped too, but we kept walking fast. "We're leaving. We're getting out as fast as we can," she told Big Cold, "but the pressure is making it really hard." She was talking about the increasing pressure on our chests. As we ran, Abby reached for Peach's leash, and Peach tucked her tail between her legs, scurrying off a bit before returning to Abby. It was something Peach had never done. The cold started spreading to the rest of my back, and despite being in relatively warm clothing in warmish weather, I was almost shivering. Abby didn't feel it, only the cold on the small of her back. As soon as we passed the brick walls, the cold disappeared, and I looked at Abby. She looked pale. "I've never had something walk me out to the bricks before," she said as we started toward the car. "The gate maybe, but not the bricks." When we got back to the hotel, we both fell asleep until around 10. We got up, packed, and checked out. We started the drive back to my home state, where Abby would drop me off and start her drive back. About an hour from my house, Abby said, "I think something followed us." She explained she felt chills on the back of her neck, and that there was something else inside the car that wasn't us. Throughout the rest of the drive, we both felt touches on various places. Our arms, neck, and whatever it was even grabbed Abby's hair. When I got back to my house, we said goodbye, and she started back to her home state. Right now, she's still driving, but so far, she's had to pull over 3 times from drowsiness and lightheadedness. Another thing that came up, but I couldn't find a way to fit it in, is that whatever this big cold is, it's powerful. Any photo we have of him, if either of us just looks at it, it gives us this cold feeling all along our backs. The Creepy Encounter by Reddit user It's Botany Bitch. I'm a 27-year-old female, and I went backpacking alone over a recent long weekend, which was beautiful. I mean, just stunning. The second night, I camped at a beautiful high-elevation lake, which could also be accessed by a short trail of about a mile long. So there were a few other campers and several people who were just day hiking or fishing. It was late afternoon, and I was sitting around my camp reading, when a guy in his mid-20s walked by carrying a fishing pole and a small cooler. I didn't think much of it, but 5 to 10 minutes later, he doubled back and came over to say hi. I said hi and went back to reading, but then, without warning, he sat down on a stump next to me. I was completely taken aback at this invasion of my space. He started asking questions that were really just statements, but in a creepy, amused tone, like, "So, you're just reading?" And then looked behind me and noticed my tent. He said, "Oh, so you're staying the night here alone, huh?" I didn't say anything in response to this particular comment, but it was obvious that I was. It's hard to explain, but his vibe was just really off. I was so uncomfortable that I couldn't even really form words or tell him that I was trying to be alone so he would leave. I was honestly paralyzed. His eyes were so dead and dark, just drilling into me. I just responded with, "Uh-huh," or "Yep," and tried to pretend I was still reading. Without warning, he pulls out a beer, cracks it open, lights a cigarette, and just starts blowing smoke in my direction. At this point, I'm so uncomfortable, and I just stopped reading. Soon, another hiker wandered by, and he struck up a conversation with him. I took the opportunity to grab my water filter and bladder, pretending I needed to get water. I went to the shore and filtered some water super slowly, keeping an eye on him. He walked away to sit with the new guy, which made me super relieved, except he kept looking in my direction. I came back eventually and got inside my tent. For about 20 minutes, everything was fine. I had the rain fly pulled back and was watching the sunset, loosely organizing my things, when suddenly he popped out from behind my tent, literally. He stood maybe 1 foot from my door, looking down at me. He didn't say anything, but just started laughing, creepily and fakely. like, I asked, "What?" And his response was, "This is just really funny." I felt literally sick to my stomach. I finally responded with something like, "I'm taking a nap now, so have a good night." He laughed again, but luckily he did leave. Later, I saw him still wandering around the camp with no real purpose, still looking in my direction often. I had no service, but I wrote down his last name, at least what was written on his cooler, and where he said he was from while talking to the other hiker in my notes app, just in case. I slept with my pocket knife close by. I debated leaving camp that night, but ended up staying and just leaving super early in the morning in case he came back. Normally, while backpacking, I think the worst thing that could happen is I might run into a bear or sprain an ankle and get lost out there. And maybe this doesn't sound that bad as you're reading it, but this truly was the most unsettling experience I've ever had in the backcountry, bears included. I'm sure I'll be back out soon, but hopefully somewhere far, far away from that guy. The Two-Legged Deer by Not Tipsy. So I was talking to my buddy today, and he told me a story that happened to him around September of last year. He was driving around 9:30 to 10 o'clock at night on a secluded road in a suburb by the city of Huntsville, Alabama. There are woods on both sides of the road. As he was driving, he thought he saw a deer heading toward him. As he got closer, he realized it was on two legs, had antlers, and was running straight at him, on two legs. Needless to say, he quickly turned around and drove off. He told me that he hasn't driven down that road since. What do you guys think this could be? I doubt it would be a skinwalker or a wendigo since it's just too far south. I don't know of any legends from North Alabama that match his description, though. Neither of us can figure out what it is. The Dread in the Mountains by Not My Name 2012. I was camping in my truck with a camper shell behind Lone Pine near the Alabama Hills, Highway 395, in the eastern Sierra Nevada. I've camped in the area multiple times and I have never had an issue. On this particular trip, I decided to drive around for the day and wound up taking longer than I had planned. But because I was helping someone with car trouble, so it was worth it. I was looking on Google Maps for a good campsite in the area because I wasn't familiar with that particular spot. I found a spot that looked good, so I drove up this little dirt road in the middle of nowhere and found a great location. It was obvious people had camped there before, but there was no one around now. It was perfect. Up in the foothills, overlooking Owens Valley, and at the base of the tall mountains behind me. It was about half an hour before sunset. I got my table and chair out and started making dinner. The sun went down, and as it started getting dark, I was eating and enjoying the view. I solo camp a lot, so I'm used to being alone. But as darkness came over the valley, this sense of dread started creeping in. As I sat facing the valley with the mountains behind me, it felt like a huge, dark presence was coming toward me down the mountain. It made the hair on my neck rise. It kept getting more and more intense. The sense of dread had me freaking out every time a set of car headlights appeared in the distance. They were miles away, but they felt like they were coming for me. Whatever it was behind me made it known that I was not welcome. I can't over-articulate just how weird this was. I've never felt like this before. It was dead quiet. The sky, which had been clear at sunset, was now completely covered in clouds, and the full moon wasn't even visible through the thick layer. The darkness felt eerie, intentional, suffocating. I felt like nothing I could do on my own would keep me safe. The fear was so overwhelming that I tossed my gear in the truck and quickly drove away. As I got farther down the road, it felt like driving through a fog of fear that slowly receded over time. By the time I was several miles away and back on the main highway, I felt like I could finally breathe again.